Welcome to the RA Board meeting of February 13th, 2025. By way of looking around, we've got Directors Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, myself, Garwatch, Juszczyk, and Director Perry online. Director Izzy is out of town. I don't know.
Director Santa?
I'm sorry. Director Santa is, thank you. Director Santa is out of town on travel, and she might join, but I'm not sure. So we do have quorum, and I call the meeting to order. Just a few comments I'd like to start with. As I always say, please be mindful of any conflict of interest as you take on any of the board items, and please identify those before you get into them. A couple of very quick things, and we'll talk about this later. We had a very good trip to Richmond. Mr. Cummins, our CEO, and I were there. And specifically, I want to thank Delegate Keys-Gamarra and Senator Boysko for their support. Appreciate everything that they're doing to help us here. Very quickly, also have two candidates certified for board elections, Mr. Michael Lanza and Mr. Matt Mullinex. Congratulations to them, and thank you for running. I encourage all Restonians to please vote. Please vote. One other item that I will mention, and we'll discuss this later, and that is we need a representative to the Reston Transportation Service District Advisory Board at the county level. And this involves 2 meetings per year, and we can talk about this in detail. But I need to get a volunteer, and if I don't get a volunteer, I will go ahead and nominate somebody. With that, again, those are the comments that I wanted to open with. And we're going to, Mr. Director Farrell, did you have something?
Mr. President, I did, and I rarely make opening remarks, but the circumstances within the last 24 hours demand that I do so. Our senator, State Senator Boysko, has actively and efficiently represented the community in regards to the casino. And for those who may not have been aware, the casino bill for this year has been defeated, and it will not be coming back. And that's to the good offices of our lobbyist, Mr. Cummins, and our president and our vice president and others who worked on it. But in no small measure, it's due to Senator Boysko. Yesterday, there was a hearing called in front of the Appropriations Subcommittee, and I can't remember the title of that subcommittee, but it was a surprise to many of us that a bill that should have gone to the Gaming Committee wound up going to a committee of the Appropriations, subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. And as a result, few, if any, people from Reston were able to attend the subcommittee hearing. And we were all gratified that the subcommittee basically killed the bill. I won't go into technicalities. But in the absence of people from Reston to speak to the subcommittee, Senator Boysko spoke to voice our concerns. And was effective in doing so. This afternoon, she was stripped of her chairmanship of the Committee on Transportation, which also means she was removed from the Rules Committee. Similarly, Delegate Grisek, who comes from the eastern part of the state, has been very solicitous of the concerns of Reston. And he's been advised that the forces in favor of the casino will primary him this year, which is very unusual for a delegate of his seniority. Also, in yesterday's meeting, Delegate Sickles and Delegate Bulova voted to kill the bill. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to direct you to send a letter of gratitude to Senator Boysko for all of her hard work in regards to the casino bill and all the other ways in which she represents us. I have contacted what I consider to be some of the best historians of the Virginia General Assembly. Never before has a senator been removed from a chairmanship for speaking on behalf of her constituents or his constituents. It's never happened before. This is an act that reminds me of the actions of an authoritarian state. When an elected representative speaks on behalf of the constituents and they get retaliated against, it's unacceptable. So I'd ask unanimous consent to direct the president to send a letter of gratitude to Senator Boysko and to Delegate Gricek and to Delegate Sickles and to Delegate Bolivar and thank them for all of their efforts to keep casino out of Reston and Fairfax County. If there's any objection, I'm happy to make them a motion if necessary.
Any objections to that? Hearing none, we will proceed and we will do that.
Thank you.
Moving on to item B, approval of January 23rd, I'm sorry, it shouldn't be January 23rd, it should be
February 13th?
February 13th, correct. Board of Directors meeting agenda. I do have a couple of changes that I want to entertain, and that would be items J and K, J being the recreational facilities and K being pickleball criteria. Having talked to staff, I don't see any criticality on these things, and I'd like to propose that we defer those to another meeting. So we could, okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, it's K and L you want to defer?
Yeah, there's.
J?
Well, I'll call them by title. Rec facilities and pickleball criteria. Yeah, because the printed version was, yes, never mind.
Okay. This is the process by which we were expecting PrAC to look at the tot lots that we have already put in the budget for last year and for next year. So they're not going to have a process for them to undertake the direction that we gave them, and that is in the work plan tonight that we're going to approve if we don't adopt this process. So we're going to be delaying their effort, which will also be delaying us actually getting the work underway.
Yes.
I would also prefer not to delay these. We already punted them from last meeting to this meeting. And while I was on the plane this afternoon, I brainstormed some of the things that we would have upcoming on our list, and I passed out to the board a brainstorm list. And I feel like there's quite a few items in the next month that we're going to have to get through, so I would prefer to take up as many items as we can tonight.
Director
Thanks.
Perry, you had your hand up?
I was going to ask, I believe these are just fairly straightforward informational. If we could just ask staff, do you expect them to take tons of time? I would like to get through them tonight as well, if possible.
Mr. Lusk.
I don't think the items themselves are long items. I guess it just depends on when we get there, but I'm ready to present them if we're ready.
Okay. What is the consensus of the board? Keep them?
I'm happy to have the pickleball criteria go off, but I believe we need to get the recreational facility investment process moving forward so the staff and PrAC can get their work done.
Any other comments from any other board member on this?
Okay, if that's the case, then I move to approve the agenda as amended by our COO Lusk on, I want to say it was Monday, so the one that we're looking at, the most recent one printed out in front of us.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All those in favor? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's good. Unanimous. Okay, we'll move ahead with that then. Item C, Brittany, do we have any member comments?
There's no one signed up this evening for member comments.
Okay.
If there's anyone in the waiting room that would like to make a member comment, please raise your hand. I don't see any hand raised.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the consent calendar.
Second? Is there a second? Dr. Johnson seconded. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yes, Director Farrell.
The minutes point out that there was a motion that we didn't take final action on last meeting. And I don't know how you propose to deal with that. If you look on page 2 of the minutes, the line just above G. So it's not, I don't have a question on the minutes. We have business that's unfinished that we need to address. Under discrimination, harassment, complaint procedure, there was a substitute motion. The substitute motion passed. We never adopted it as a main motion.
You're looking at item F.
I'm looking at item F on page 2. So I'm happy with the minutes. I think the minutes are accurate. My question is, because we didn't take final action on the motion, seems we need to be doing that sometime tonight. And I'm just trying to ask, where would you like to put it on the agenda so that we can complete action on that item?
I'm open to suggestions.
I thought we were, okay. Can we get through the consent then?
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
But the minutes point out that we forgot to finish something.
Okay. Let's take the vote.
So, who seconded that? Director Johnson, you did. Those in favor? Director Juszczyk, you're not voting yet? Okay. We have Director Perry, thank you. And let's just wait a second for Director Dodd to come back. Director Dodd, we have a vote on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have 7 yeses. Those opposed? Anybody abstaining? Director Juszczyk abstaining, so the motion passes. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to move to take up the unfinished business from the last meeting and add it to the agenda, calling it D prime. Which means we would take it up next. But I need a second.
I'll second for conversation. Can we talk through real quick what we're going to execute on this?
Yes, so as Director Farrell pointed out on page 2 of the minutes,
Item F.
item F in italics, we had a motion and a sub-motion, and we voted on the sub-motion, but we forgot to go back and vote on the main motion. So it would be going back and voting on this main motion we forgot about.
As amended.
As amended.
On
Well, the
substitute, I thought.
yeah.
You got it? This one here.
Yeah.
I need a second.
No, you don't.
Oh, no, you seconded, so.
Any more discussion on this? Everybody okay on, okay, why don't we take a vote on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Director Perry?
I'm looking for this specific language, therefore I will abstain.
Okay, let me go through the vote. And those in favor say aye.
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 Got Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, just check, I watch myself. Opposed? None. Abstaining? Director Perry, you abstain? Okay, thank you. All right, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Thank you.
So I will, do we have to do anything because the meeting is different? So I will move to defer approval of covenants and enforcement insurance resolution number 4, discrimination and harassment complaint procedures, and direct general counsel to incorporate the feedback of the board during the discussion of the motion by the next regular meeting as amended to Director Farrell, Director Flashman, Director Johnson, and Director Juszczyk to work with council to bring the board back a revised resolution by the next board meeting, regular board meeting.
Second.
Yes, Counsel.
There is a pending motion that's being circulated over email that we might be able to clean up tonight to make that deadline March. Would ask that maybe we could adjust that date to bring it back.
To March 13th,
That'd be perfect.
without objection, March 13th meeting.
Okay. Did you say that?
Without
know.
objection.
Without objection. Okay.
Well, to the amendment to March 13th. So someone has to second. Did you second the
No,
original?
no, you have unanimous consent.
We're good. So now we need to vote on
Yeah.
The motion.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Voting yes?
That is unanimous of all present. Okay. Move forward with that.
Thank you.
I think we're done, correct?
Yes.
We're ready for next to see item E. I need to make sure that I'm looking at the right agenda, either printed or my, I'll go with the printed. Mr. Cummins, over to you, sir.
Thank you. I only really want to comment on one of the items tonight, but I'm going to reinforce something President Mapar said. After just recently finding out that we have 2 uncontested elections, one of our big focus here going into the election is making sure that we have enough total votes and hit quorum. So just for the board's edification, we will certainly be looking at our communications efforts there, and we would appreciate if any of you and all of you can make sure you get the word out, because when people get ballots and see uncontested elections, they may or may not choose to send something back, and we still need to hit quorum. So just be aware of that. I just want to touch on the first item that's in the CEO update. We have put together a system for the board as you solicit inquiries of the staff or things that you would like us to work on or know about. There have been some questions in the past about whether email is actually the best way to handle that from a record-keeping standpoint. So I've been working with our IT folks to put together a system where basically it would be the same process. You would just be sending it into RA. It'll be a case number will be generated, identification number, and then it'll get distributed to whichever staff member would answer the question, and then the full board would get the answer back to the question. And that way we can track when these things come in and when the answer went back and so forth. So what I would like to do is run a demo with you all. We would do this offline. I think would be the best way to do it for those of you that are curious or have feedback. But it is important to me that there's buy-in from the board that that's going to work for you all. So I'm hoping that I can have one of our staff reach out to everybody and have you work through that in the next couple weeks.
Sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Mac.
Okay, any comment, questions?
I have a
Yes,
question.
please, go ahead.
Would that include something that requires a very simple answer, which is off the top of the head for certain from the individual who has asked the question?
I guess I'm trying to think of a for instance.
I can give you one. I wanted to know today, for instance, when a certain matter was going to come up before the full DRB. And I asked Cam, and he gave me the answer immediately.
If you're engaged in conversations with members of the SLT, feel free to ask some questions. But I am certainly very cognizant of wanting to make sure that we're tracking inquiries. So for example, we get things about what's the status of this particular work effort, and the whole board has said that you want to get answers to, status updates and if work product is being requested and that sort of thing, so.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate the sentiment of making sure that you feel like information that the board is requesting or asking for we're getting responses to. Just to share feedback in general, I don't feel like I have any issues with RA staff in returning either my email, my phone call, sometimes my in-person visit. And I'm not looking for a system by which we're changing the resolution, which we do have, which is when you send in an inquiry, you CC the board president and the CEO, and then the board president and the CEO are aware that such a request went through. There are many inquiries that we all handle, even as board liaisons. I am not in favor of cluttering our email boxes anymore, because I don't need to know if someone on, the board liaison to EAC is conferring with staff on committee stuff that will eventually come to the board when it's ready. And I also have concerns with our inquiries because we have a special resolution and relationship with the general counsel that those would be logged in any system.
Director Johnson.
Yeah, it's a couple of points about both of your reporting points, Mac. I'm going to start with the current topic first. So I'm going to share Director Justuk's position here. I'm not sure that this is, that we're fixing a problem that was broken with a ticketing system, essentially, for board requests. I think the issue really is like comprehensive reporting. Recording and reporting of the requests that are made in these sessions. So we can have some traceability as to how well requests are being fulfilled. So, I've made the suggestion in the past that we look at a system like Project or Jira or something along those lines. And I still keep that out on the table, as I think that would solve a number of problems that we've got. To the first point about the elections, totally agree that we absolutely have to make sure that we reach quorum. My idea, my suggestion here is to take some of the responsibility that's traditionally been on candidates to get that vote out and have some some RA developed flyers that we can hang on doors. And I'd even, volunteer to go out and, put those on doors in various districts around Reston. So it would, certainly between you and Kara about how we would operationalize that, if we operationalize that. But I just want you to know that there's the idea, and I'm a volunteer if you need it.
Any other comments?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm in favor of this type of concept and idea. I think it brings forward transparency and accountability. And since you're the one that's usually taking the fall or the credit for how initiatives get complete, or if they get complete, you should have a process that works for you and your staff. And if this is that process, great. If we find out that it's non-effective, then we should be moving off of it and trying to figure out what is going to be effective. But the idea of being able to effectively show the board what it's requested, have an ability to show prioritization of those requests, and then be able to get timely answers out to board members, I don't think is a bad thing. And even if this is duplicative in some situations, the reason it got brought up in the first place is because it wasn't happening the way the board feels like it should. So if we have a solution to it, we should at least give that solution a shot.
Let me just add in my 2 cents, and I'll hand it over to
Please.
Director Farrell. I think some form of a system to track things is a good idea. I would suggest that this is something that could be taken offline. If you have something as far as a concept or a mock-up or anything, even a prototype of some sort, just hold a session, explain how it would operate, what it would do, because I think, for example, you don't want to be bombarded with simple call, Mr. Lusk, I got this email from a member, can you handle this, and so on. Those things are small and can be handled quickly. So my suggestion would be just work on whatever system that fits your needs as far as reporting back and so on. But just do something offline with people, with us, if you want, call us. Just show us how it would operate, get some feedback, and if it makes sense, then go forward with it. Director Farrell.
Just a clarification. In the second item in the materials, a development plan is a different animal from a rezoning. In some parts of the statute, a development plan is effectively a site plan, and we, as an association, cannot get involved in site plans. There's at least 3 Virginia cases that say that. In the case of Lake Fairfax, it is a rezoning that was filed, and that is now on the Land Use Advisory Committee's agenda. I think there will be an invitation to the applicant and their representative to make a presentation to
Please carry on.
to make a presentation to the Land Use Advisory Committee, which will result in the Land Use Advisory Committee making a recommendation to the full board. But I don't want anybody to be confused as to what we're looking at here. It's a rezoning. Yours? Nope.
Oh, he's back.
Just for the benefit of the board, Director Johnson had to deal with an emergency, so he had to step out.
Maybe we can just update the materials to reflect that it says rezoning on that one. I have a couple questions on some things that the board has brought up in the past. One is the deeds subcommittee was going to come back and meet in January after we collected everything, and I was just wondering if you had an update on when we would be called back together, because I believe it was either this month or next month we were going to come back to the board. I mean, ideally it should be before this board turns over because we initiated the project, but the deep subcommittee has some work to do before the end of this board session.
I don't have an update on that right now. I'm trying to remember back to the last meeting. It was some time ago, and there was a request to push back at that time, but I don't. I can send out an email to the board.
Okay, if you could just send it out to the subcommittee. We were waiting, the last status I have is we were waiting for the online survey from the members to close out, which I believe we closed it out at the end of the year, and then we were going to get back together in January. We also were going to call the Lake Audubon renaming community meeting, and I know we decided to delay that past the work that we were doing on the budget, but I was wondering if that was going to occur before the end of this board term.
No, you recall that we had the meeting scheduled for the fall. The board directed me not to advance that. That was the time that we had the most amount of time. I advised at that time it was likely going to stretch past the election because of all the other communications needs during the first quarter of the year.
So you think that's going to be in the fall, you said? This fall?
Sometime after the first quarter,
After the first quarter. Okay.
yeah. And then we'll evaluate as we get through the first quarter.
It also has come to my attention that the election committee has an opening. And so I'd like to move to direct the CEO to direct the assistant secretary to obtain interest for the elections committee position and report back to the board.
Point of clarification, that's an officer's position? Or a
Open.
open?
Open
Thank you.
position.
Do you need a second?
Yes, I need a second.
Second.
Who is the assistant secretary?
Brittany. She does all of our postings for us.
Brittany? I know you as Brittany. Thank you. Any discussion on that? All right. The motion's been seconded. It was a motion, wasn't it? Yeah. Motion has been seconded. Director Farrell.
No, I'm about to vote.
All those in favor say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, That's unanimous of all present. Moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have our foundation, I heard during the report that the president of the foundation, Kathleen Driscoll, gave that they had updated their documents, and I was wondering if you could circulate those to the board, because we had a lot of discussions and motions related to it during this board term. So if we could see them, they're not on their website, so we don't really have an ability to find them.
When you say documents, specifically referring to the bylaws, or they also adopted a strategic plan?
Both would be great.
Okay.
I knew about the bylaws because she reported it. I didn't know about the strategic plan, but that sounds wonderful that they did that. Maybe we can help.
It's the first start, but
The
it's a good
start.
first start.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
No, that would be great to have that. And then I was wondering if President Lepar and our CEO could maybe update us if they've heard anything about the funding request that the board made during the budget season for FOR to pay for the MAP project. Is that
Trail mapping.
Yeah.
trail mapping?
Yep, the update is very short. We brought it up with them last year. It was included as part of the discussions during their budget. We don't have a commitment yet, but as we meet with them again, we certainly will bring it up again.
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the only thing I have to add to that, so one of the things they did was put together subcommittees amongst the board to look at a variety of different things. So it's in the hopper as a fundable item in this year. So they put together actually the first, I'll say, significant or real budget. So they allocated certain amounts of money, but they haven't decided how to spend them yet. So this is one of those items.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to, I have to look at the printed sheet just to make sure I call the right letter here. Item F. That would be the easement request, correct?
Correct. So I'd first just like to apologize for the clunkiness of this getting to the board. We typically like to be a little more squared away than we are on these items, but, and I appreciate the board's indulgence on adding it to the agenda. This, to me, is a member service issue. That's why I tried to push it as hard as I could. So let me just give a brief overview, and I'll ask Mr. Reynolds to saunter up. Looks like he already has. This is an easement request for 12009 Turf Lane, up off Steeplechase Drive, for those that aren't familiar. The applicant, I guess, or the member is looking to make some upgrades to their home. What that requires per Dominion is a dedicated electrical line. So all of you that have been longtime Reston homeowners know that a lot of your electrical lines are shared underground. The upgrade requires a dedicated line. We've gone out, done our due diligence. We're not afraid of any of the upgrades. We checked with CAM. This is not a DRB item. There are no above ground upgrades. There's an existing pedestal on the property that will receive the new electrical line from the existing transformer, so there's no above ground improvements. Dominion has committed to making any sort of restoration of grass that they may disturb while they're doing their trenching. Just looking at my notes quickly, we've spoken with adjacent landowners, no issues on that front. So again, we're just looking to get this approved for the homeowner. I will flag, Director Flashman had reached out to us following our email regarding 1.1 in the document that's in front of you tonight. There was a provision regarding lighting. Mr. Reynolds has gotten that provision removed. The provision read something to the effect of Dominion would be able to add lighting as they see fit, so that has been struck from the agreement. And we feel like this is a go from the staff perspective, so happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this?
I move to approve the grant to the easement.
Seconded. All those in favor, say aye. That's unanimous, okay. Please proceed.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for bringing it forward. Obviously, we have 2 meetings a month, so we can be nimble enough to respond to member requests. And if it's helpful to the membership, I'm sure the board is happy to take them up in the future.
Okay, we're ready for committee work plans? We're starting with PrAC first, I believe. Julie, hi, hello.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, good. Hopefully I can breeze through this fairly quickly for you. I do not intend to read the entire work plan for you. It's been in your packet. So my plan is to cover from a high level. PrAC has been in a very collaborative relationship, both with staff and taking direction from the board of directors over the many past years. As Izzy said in one of her emails to you, that PrAC does continue to serve as a visionary body, with the staff being responsible for executing board-approved recommendations that PrAC may make. We currently are about 6 people strong, and we would welcome additional PrAC members. So if you are aware of anyone who might have an interest in joining us, we expect to have a very, very comprehensive and thorough year as we focus with staff on the recreation master planning. That does align with, as you can see on the work plan, all of our individual work plan items are aligned with strategic plan items, objectives, and strategies. And on the recreation master planning, this is something that, of course, PrAC has been supportive of for the last couple of years, and we're very excited to begin to work with staff as those ideas are coming in and provide feedback and thoughts as we go along on looking further out into the future. As you know, last year we spent a fair bit of time responding to the community survey desires and requirements that were mapped out, and the visionary piece that the master planning pulls in, the capital planning looking 3 to 5 years out, I think was top on the priority list for this year. However, continuing on the second item, the trails plan, which was a major item, as you recall from the community survey, we did work with staff last year. There were some recommendations that came out. You all approved some funding, and we look to continue to work with staff as they roll out their project plan with regard to trails. And when we speak of trails, we're not speaking of just the ones that are asphalt, but also the natural trails, and look to where they mesh up with other trail systems. The third item is on the facility review process. And again, that's something that over the years has been refined, coming out of the recreational facility working group. I'm working with Peter less specifically, and the capital projects director who has since left RA, but refining that facility review process and looking at that for what are the next ones up that PrAC might be looking to get more intimately involved. So we don't always know what those are. So we've got a placeholder here to address that, and also to, as we're working through some of the more near-term projects, have a way that we can make recommendations to refine that process, working through staff and your COO, Peter Lusk. In the near term is the Lake Newport tennis facility, which, as you know, is used for tennis, as well as some level of pickleball lessons and whatever. But you know, it's just as I reflect back on some of our other major facilities, whether it had been Hook Road or even the ball field being reworked, the Lake Newport tennis facility, it's going to give us an opportunity, working with staff and with the community now, to make sure that we capture what it is that property, those amenities, what needs to be added, what isn't being utilized fully. So this one's really where we begin to see the rubber meets the road on that community engagement and getting the next steps, right? Getting you all the information and being prepared to make the decisions on any facility modifications, renovations, whatever. So that's the Lake Newport tennis facility planning in 2025, with your implementation getting ready to go in 2026. Likewise, playgrounds is again a near-term project, and one of the things I had asked for was that we stop referring to our playgrounds as tot lots, that they're really playgrounds, and that we need to think in terms of making sure that our amenities, facilities are able to serve a wider range, both in age and also capabilities. So in 2024, we had playgrounds on our work item, and that was focused on looking at both the accessibility. I think there's a better word for it these days than that, but and also what kinds of activities. There were a couple playgrounds that were being looked at in 2024 that PrAC certainly would have liked to have been more involved in, and this is giving us an opportunity, and staff has come back to us with data that they gathered from those 3 playgrounds in 2024, and we're really excited about being able to envision, think out of the box in these particular areas. So that's the community engagement on playgrounds. And again, it's actively being part of the envisioning of those facilities. And then the last item that what I think of as really the last item is we call it information. And in the past, when we've had questions about certain areas, staff will certainly prepare data. They will share data, not only what they share with you on a quarterly basis, but it's a chance for us to also talk about that information and the different programs and services, maybe some proposed offerings that might be coming up that staff might be looking at. So this is a work item that recognizes that opportunity to provide feedback, to participate in that information on both services and capital departments. I'm trying to think if there's something else that I wanted to make sure that I covered with you all at a top level. Nope, that's about it. That without me going through every single line item, I'd happy to answer questions and drill down on areas where you might have thoughts.
Thank you. Director Dodd, you have a question?
Yeah, just one quick question. I know that PrAC likes to have input from users of all different kinds of recreational facilities within RA. And I'm curious whether you feel there are some types of use where you could use more input, more representation perhaps for your community, for your committee.
In the past, we did, and this is, I'm going to go back a fair bit, but
I'm really interested in your current needs. We have a lot of these plans to get through.
Yes, and so what I was going to address was, as we look out to the 3 to 5 years out, there had been some pools that we had identified the previous years that are certainly coming nearer to fruition for consideration. We do not have anyone on our current team that I would say is an avid swimmer.
Oh, good to know.
Okay. We certainly have people with different ages of kids. We have racket, a person who's very interested in racket sports. We have a person who's very interested in trails and
tennis.
I don't have a specific tennis person. I do have people who play tennis, but in terms of an avid tennis player at the moment, we do not have such a person on our committee.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Julie. Yes, Director Farrell.
Chairman Bitzer, looking at the listing of the things that you've shared with us tonight, I'm just trying to understand the order. Is this an order of exercise, order of priority? Because in particular, I think that the board is going to be anxious that the playground recreational investment process and the community engagement process, because we've already appropriated money, that those efforts be undertaken quickly so that we can move ahead. And I guess the same kind of thing with Lake Newport. I wouldn't want the things that are listed 1, 2, 3 to delay the things that are listed as 4 and 5.
Okay, I do not see this list as a numerical list of
That's all I need.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Great.
Yep, that's all I
Does
need.
that help?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we've already begun discussions on the playgrounds in our last meeting and have we had some good interaction in our January meeting on that. And so, we are ready to step out with staff on the playgrounds and certainly Lake Newport.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your report. Appreciate it. And yes, Director Jeschak.
I was wondering if we could ask the staff to add the description and it's not composition, responsibilities to the top of this PrAC work plan like they have the other ones before we place it on the website, and to make an edit after we approve it. If the board takes action on the later agenda item on the facilities investment review matrix, to change the wording, just that way we're all clear as to what matrix is going to be used for the process. That would be really helpful. And if the board would indulge me, as Director Dodd brought up an interest in who might need to serve or who we might be missing talent on committees, I'm wondering if Brittany could give us a quick list of the open positions that we have on committees.
Do you want that right now?
I know she has it because,
Okay, I'm just asking.
yeah.
I would, if I may, I would just like to point out that one of the candidates who is running for membership on the board is a member of the
PrAC.
PrAC.
They are?
okay.
He is, yes.
That's good.
He
Okay.
definitely is.
Brittany?
Sure. So currently, we have a couple of committees that are looking for members. Covenants is looking for a 1-year, 3-year term, or 1 3-year term North Point seat, and a 1-year term Lake and Tall Oak seat. Elections is looking for 1 3-year term. IT is looking for 2 3-year term members and seeking a new chair. Lake Equity Working Group is looking for 1 2-year term person from the Lake Newport area and 1 2-year term person from the Lake Audubon area. And PrAC has multiple openings. It currently stands at 7 members. And upcoming land use will need their chair and vice chair to submit reappointments.
Okay.
Mr. President, following up on Director Jeschak's suggestion, can we defer approval of the PrAC work plan until after we take up item K, which is the recreational facilities investment process?
Mm-hmm.
We can do that. Maybe we can move on to EAC.
Yeah. Is there any objection to doing that? Don't see any objection here.
Great suggestion.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay. Thank you, Julie, and really appreciate all the work that you guys are doing and your volunteers, and that goes for everybody there. Thank you. We are ready for.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're ready for EAC. Please, go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly with the mask on?
Yes, we
Okay,
can
great,
hear you. And
fantastic.
again, just as you start, thank you very much for all the work that you guys are doing, including the volunteers. We really appreciate this.
Thank you very much. I'm Sureka, for anyone who isn't
Yep.
familiar with me. And I am presenting our work plan priorities for this year for the EAC. Just to address the question that came up with PrAC, this is not a numerical list. It's just priorities across the board that we will take up as we go. So a lot of these priorities, again, like PrAC, like Julie said, I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but all the priorities that we've listed for EAC have carried on from last year, mainly because of the ongoing nature of some of them, and also because we've change the approach for some in terms of how we either address or present the work. Specifically with item number 3, which is lateralizing lawns, once we dive deeper into it, we realized that there's a lot more that we needed to sort of work through. So our approach for that has changed somewhat over the last few months. Now that we have Mike Reynolds, our environmental director, on board, we're looking forward, and I say looking forward, to sort of getting stuck into our Reston Climate Action planning process. That is a mouthful to say. And providing feedback into the sustainability plan, providing him with whatever support, advice, whatever it is that he needs, so that we can really get started, get into that planning process. And that sustainability plan would be the sort of the launch of getting this whole climate action planning process started. Let's see, what else? The dates, anticipated completion dates that we've listed here, are reflective of conversations that we've had with RA staff, our committee members, as well as the individuals that work within the subcommittees as well of our groups. So while these timeframes might change depending on the nature of the work, we made some really good progress last year, and we acquired a few new members over the last few months, like Asha over there. So we're hoping that we'll carry that momentum forward, and with the help of staff, some wonderful staff, and our new members as well, we'll be able to go forward and have things to present to you in the coming few months. So if you've got any questions.
Thank you very much for the brief. Thank you for being brief. Any questions, Director Farrell?
There's a typo on the first page of the work plan, and it's the second bullet. The board did not approve the Reston climate change assessment. The board accepted it.
Okay, we will amend that.
That's a distinction with some meaning.
Yes.
And if we can adopt the plan, Mr. President, I'd move to adopt the plan with that amendment. If there's a second, we can move on to the next committee.
Is that just striking the word approved and putting accepted in its place?
That's exactly right.
Just on that one. Any other questions? Great. Thank you very much again. Great. Fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
He moved and I seconded.
Yeah,
I moved to approve the plan, and it was seconded.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. We have land use, and we have Michelle. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. So I will be exceptionally brief. Our work plan is the same minus a change of date from our current work plan. This largely reflects the resolution that was passed to create the committee. And as you know, we're still getting started with our first year, but we are moving ahead, and we are incredibly thankful for your support and looking forward to being in a position to help the board and thereby help the association have a strong and informed voice on land use matters.
Boy, you were brief.
I told you I was brief, yeah.
You saved us some time here. Thank you very much for doing that.
Mr. President, I move to approve the Land Use Advisory Committee work plan.
Well, I thought we were going to wait until item K to approve these.
No,
Second.
that's
for
PRAC. This
Only
is
PRAC
land
is
use.
waiting.
I see. Okay. Oh, I see. You wanted it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Is there a second for that? Sure. Yeah, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I can't see Margaret.
What'd she say?
Director Perry, can you hear me? Yes,
Can I
yes,
ask a
yes.
question?
Yes. Did we lose Margaret?
She says she's still in the meeting, but her camera and her mic are off.
Can you just ask her how she's voting through chat?
In the meantime.
Yeah,
Yep,
I
go
voted
ahead.
in favor, but I do have a question, or maybe it's more of a comment. I see that that your plan, as well as some of the others that we've got in the anticipated completion date, simply says ongoing. It is helpful to the board if we can get an understanding through these plans of some sense of priorities, or I know that this is going to be as cases arise, you will hope to respond to each one. But if we could get an idea of a timeline in which, you know, you hope to respond within 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, in the future, it would make these work plans more meaningful to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
All
that.
right. Director,
Maybe staff can help us by adding a column next year, if that helps prioritize. Would that be helpful? Just trying to think, like, how do we give that direction to all the committees in the future?
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
is meaningful to us
Right.
as we review the work that each one of our committees is doing, you know, where the priorities are, because which ones you take on first are the ones that are going to get more action and attention. So
Good idea.
it's helpful to us when we see the direction that the committee is going. Thank you.
yep, I think we should make that a standard for all of us. Yeah, sounds good. Director Perry, we're voting on approving the Land Use Committee work plan.
I will abstain.
You will abstain. So we've got.
As you
one-
know, I don't generally approve in
I
general.
understand. We've got Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is 601, so the motion passes. Thank you. We have got next the IT committee, if I've got my package right. Let's see, is Joe going to do this? Peter, are you doing it?
No, I'm not doing it, so we don't have a representative. Tony should do it. We don't have a representative from the IT committee, with Director Johnson not being here, I might suggest we.
I move to defer
We defer that,
consideration
yeah.
of the IT committee work plan to our next meeting.
Second. All those,
Miss,
please, go ahead.
has Director Johnson left for good for the evening?
I don't know.
wasn't
Director
clear.
Johnson, said that he had an emergency and he had to leave, so I'm not sure if
Okay.
he'll be back.
Is there any way we could defer it to the end of the meeting and then take it up to defer to a future meeting if needed?
Agreed.
Agreed, sure. We can do that.
If John and Trevor are so willing.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's fine. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. All right. Back on IT.
We have
So
to
we're
vote to
going to defer this until the end and then make a decision whether we move it forward or not. Okay.
During their business.
Yep. Next, we have fiscal.
We have to vote,
We have to vote.
We have to vote on moving it.
correct, unless it's,
Is there unanimous consent to doing that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Kerr, pleasure to see you tonight. And thank you for all the hard work that you guys do.
We work as little as we can.
I teed you up.
And even that might be too much.
Oh, my God.
We get paid the most.
This is how you pay me. Thank you.
So hopefully everyone got my letter I sent out a few weeks ago. I tried to summarize a few things for you there. Being a board committee, we have a number of roles and responsibilities already in place by resolution that we take on every single year. And in fact, in the third page here, with a kind of a calendar, I give you an idea of what some of those things are throughout the year. In talking about taking on a work plan, items that aren't in those roles and responsibilities directly, we came up with 2 items after talking over several. And they're in the packet there, and if you'd like me to discuss those, or if you have questions on those, I'll just briefly say, one is, what are our roles and responsibilities? We brought that up because there are many of our members even question, what direction, what should we do? And the last time we did this was in late 2017. So it might be a good time, again, for us to sit down and really discuss where is our value to RA, and can we define it better and easier, and how we work for the board, with the board, with staff on that. So that's one we thought was important to do. the second one, which we all thought is the most important, and that is, how do we fund capital projects in RA? It's been an issue that's been brought up quite a bit, particularly since the last reserve study. And I think we have members who really want to get into that and feel that they have some ideas that can really help out RA going forward, and want to make sure we have something at least discussable before we get too deeply into the biennial budget. So those are the two things primarily that we want to hopefully get your approval to work on this year.
Thank you. Any questions for, yes, go ahead.
I have a couple of perhaps what you may consider nitpicking. In your first paragraph under the fiscal committee role, you use the word ensure twice. And in the third paragraph, you also use the word ensure. I think advise might be a better word to use as opposed to ensuring, because I'm not sure that the committee can ensure.
I just want to make sure I'm in the right place.
This is at right at the top of your work plan before
The introductory.
This is under fiscal committee role?
Yep. Yes.
Yes, so this is a copy from what is in our resolutions. So we need to change our resolutions. Another reason why we're working on roles and responsibilities.
And guess who's in charge of changing resolutions?
Yes.
Director
Go ahead,
Flashman,
run that.
you just volunteered.
So
2 years ago.
we agree with you that we should change that.
Yeah. Okay, Director Farrell.
Chairman Kerr, thank you for all your work. At the last meeting, we had a conversation at the board level that you may not be aware of, but a conversation about the fact that we as a board have to approve all expenditures over $5,000. And that gets us involved in approving umbrellas and things like, because it's determined that if it's over $5,000, it's at a capital expense.
It's a capital expense, but we
Right.
don't have to approve it as a board.
Okay, well, that has to be part of the.
We have to put anything in the budget, but we
Well,
don't, like,
in the capital improvement budget, and what I'm trying to get to, Director Justek, if I can complete the thought
oh,
is.
sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
I would hope that the fiscal committee, we asked the staff to come back and change that number because it's kind of low. I don't think the board needs to be listing $5,000 items, and I think the rest of my fellow board members agree. And I would hope that you could add that. In fact, I'll make a motion to add that to the work plan to try and come up with a number that isn't quite so onerous on staff or the board to get into expenditures of $5,000. There is a definition of what constitutes there is a definition of what constitutes a capital plan that I'm familiar with from the GAP and other standards, but the input from the Finance Committee could be helpful in that regard.
Mr. Cummings.
Just an update. Setting aside, because I think two topics are getting mixed here, how the board does budgets and how you want to earmark specific things like an umbrella versus spending authority. Spending authority is laid out in the procurement resolution, and it's actually on the next fiscal committee agenda to consider raising those amounts. So I would expect it to be at the board sometime in the next 90 days, depending on how long the fiscal committee chews on it.
Or is there
I
a
think-
problem? I'm sorry, Mr. President, is there a problem with putting it in the work plan? If you're going to fulfill it that quickly, that's a box you can check.
Resolution 7 is not directly related to what Director Farrell is mentioning. Two different things. I think.
Okay.
And just, I'll comment on your question. That's a capitalization policy on how much, what dollar amount and how many years, okay, are required for something to become capital and not operating expense, and how we book it. We talked about that in our meeting before we did this, and we felt that that was a staff job to do, and I talked to the CFO about that, and in fact, the plan I think there is for them to come to us with their recommendation. We will talk with them about it and give them advice, but we didn't think it is our work plan in that sense.
So them
We don't-
coming,
we
them,
think we'll
Mr.
discuss
President, with your indulgence. So if I could ask Chairman Kerr, then are we saying that the fiscal committee wouldn't give us a recommendation with regard to what the staff proposes? Because then I'm asking, why is it going back to fiscal committee if we can't anticipate fiscal committee telling us they think the staff has got it right?
I don't have a good answer that's going to satisfy you on that, okay? I mean, there's a lot of things that, I mean, I guess I look at a work plan as this ownership thing, okay? I think of the ownership on this as being the CFO's ownership on the policy. This is a written policy, okay? That should be, you know, I think it should be discussed with our public accounting. I think they need to consider GAAP. They need to consider a lot of things, okay? That we can't do meeting once a month. They're better off working through that, and then they can ask us our opinion, but that's all it is, I think. We want to be very actively involved in on how we fund capital projects. Okay, that's a different topic, by the way, than in just the policy.
Yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
But you certainly you can add it if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not it's in the fiscal work plan, I can give an update on what we're doing on this.
Please.
So for the fiscal committee meeting that's next Wednesday, so the packet will be going out tomorrow, actually, so I've basically completed this already. There's two topics on the agenda. One is Resolution 7, the procurement policy and the thresholds. We are going to request an increase to that, and we'll go over it with fiscal first, and then with their recommendation, bring that to the board. Separately on the capitalization, there was already a motion that the board did a meeting or two ago, I forget, to look into the capitalization threshold. So that's also on the agenda for fiscal next week, and kind of put a recommendation together, discussed with our auditor, Forbes, and looked at some of the policies and what's in the deed, which the deed doesn't have a threshold, but it talks a little bit about it. So we'll talk about that at fiscal next week as well, and bring something to the board after that as well.
Perfect.
Yes.
So then we would be anticipating getting a fiscal committee recommendation coming back to us.
Dr. Jester.
So it's being done, whether or not it's in the
Make a
plan.
motion to approve the fiscal committee's 2025 work plan with the following amendments. One, put it in the same format as the other ones that have both the responsibilities and the description before we put the work plan on the website. And two, to add an item called capitalization policy with a description of review and make recommendations related to changing the association's capitalization policy, and the action steps being: 1, review staff's work product at the February 2025 meeting, and 2, make a recommendation to the board in March of 2025.
Second. Did you get that?
No, I'm sorry, I did not
I wrote
get
it
it
down,
all.
Dave. I will give it to you. Do you want me to read it again?
If I need to write it down, I would need it to be written.
I think,
I wrote it
I'm-
down, and I will give it to you and Brittany for sure.
Did you say the form was wrong too?
We would like it to follow the same format for all the committees, so you have the responsibilities listed, which is great, but each committee has a description in the resolution, and so we're adding the description to all of the committee work plans before they get put on the website.
A description, I'm sorry, a
It's from the
description?
resolution, the description that's in the resolution of the fiscal committee.
Okay,
We're going to add that to the top.
that's the first thing.
Those are the responsibilities,
Okay,
but in the resolutions, there are descriptions for each committee too. So we're just trying to follow the same format for all of the work plans.
yeah. Just being, we just thought being a board committee versus advisory might be different, but it doesn't, that's fine. Give me the form, we're glad to fill out whatever form. I thought this was the form to use.
Can I?
It was. You didn't do it, the committee didn't do anything wrong. We're
Okay.
just trying to follow a
Okay.
format that's helpful to the members when it
Okay.
gets posted
And
to the
then-
website. But I will get the language to you
Okay.
for sure. Do you have any concerns about about what I said?
I'm not sure I got anything
share with-
besides.
Do you
That's the
understand?
capitalization policy.
Right.
You
So
want
the
that added.
idea is to
And is there a due date on that?
February 2025 to review staff's work product they're going to bring you related to the
Totally
capitalization
understand.
policy, and no later than March of 2025 for the fiscal committee to make a recommendation to the board. Which you could also do in February, but I gave you an extra month to consider
Okay,
it.
let me get Director Perry. She has her hand up. Please go ahead.
I just want to make sure because I thought I heard Mr. Cummins say that we're looking at 90 days and you've basically given them 30. So I'm just curious why we're pushing this so quickly.
Mr. Cummins?
Yeah, Margaret, I think these are two different things. There were multiple topics that came up, and I was really only speaking to one.
So, and then Ed confirmed that this is going to be on the February fiscal committee
Next week.
Meeting topic. So it already is there, and that's why I left it as February, not to try to push it back.
Okay, I apologize. I
No worries.
No worries, no worries.
combined the two. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no worries.
That's on Resolution 7. Is that what you're talking about? It's on our agenda for February?
The Resolution 7 and a
And that's what-
separate topic,
and-
capitalization, they're both on the agenda for February.
For us to have an answer.
Well, for us to discuss and have a
Come back with the
recommendation.
recommendation.
And they have to be come back by when?
I said March of 2025.
March,
That's
Next month.
so the second meeting in March.
Sure.
Sure.
Is that okay? I mean, if you want longer, I'm sure.
I'm just saying that it can't be, I mean, if we're going to have the discussion in February, okay?
Yeah. Can we,
We may not agree on things, and it has to go to our next meeting, which will be in March.
So, thank you
Right.
very much.
can we give them
Would you
till
like
April?
April? Would you like May? Like,
No, I just need to make sure I understand.
Okay.
I got to put dates next to these things.
Yeah.
Okay,
So they'll have two
That's for
meetings.
that's for the.
But let's at
procurement-
least move it to April.
to April?
Yeah,
I'm
let's make it
fine
April.
with that.
We don't need to put them under
Yeah.
time pressure. They're doing
Right.
such
Sure.
important work.
So that's for both Resolution 7 and the capitalization policy?
Just capitalization policy I'm adding.
Okay, so that's the only item to
They're
add to
gonna-
this?
Is
Capitalization?
there now an April board meeting? There's only an organizational meeting.
No.
And you can bring it before then. Like
Okay.
if the committee makes a decision, just bring it when the committee makes a decision, but it seemed like you wanted a little bit of extra time,
Okay.
so.
Dave, I think the message is we're trying to not put you under pressure here just to get it done. So if it's end of March, if it works for you, fine. If you want to go into April, fine.
So this
So-
is different from the procurement
Correct.
Correct,
policy?
correct.
Meaning
Capitalization,
different that it goes on our work plan, but the other one doesn't?
correct.
Okay. Okay?
I
We
don't
can
have
do that.
objections.
Repeat that, sorry. The last comment you made.
They had brought up Resolution 7.
Correct.
Which is also coming to our committee
Next week.
this month.
Staff's
That's not going to go on
requesting
our work plan.
That's
but
correct,
This
yeah.
one will go on our work plan.
that. I left that one alone.
Director Dodd.
Can I understand that we've already had a motion made and seconded for purposes of discussion. This is very different than our other approvals that we gave of other work plans, which were much more vague. This one is quite precise. It's very thorough. I don't think that we need to get involved in the minutia of revising the work plan. I was comfortable approving it as it was written and with the understanding that the work is being done, whether or not it's on the plan. So if it is possible to strip those corrections from the motion and make it a simple motion to approve, that would be my preference.
Apologies too, I mean, because being finance people, we like the detail. So I'm asking for
You'd like
dates,
the
I'm asking for this.
Okay,
He likes
if the detail is
We-
helpful rather
we-
than
we-
onerous,
we like-
I don't object. I
We like
just want to
have a
support the
deliverable
committee.
date. We like to make that deliverable date, and we like to then produce results on how we did against those
Great.
dates in the
So,
future.
Dave, Mr. Kerr, are you comfortable with what's being discussed? Do you understand what we're asking?
If we're adding the capitalization policy
Yeah.
to our work plan to be delivered
So
by
that's what
March
that motion is,
25,
right?
I'm
That's what-
fine.
Okay, perfect.
We're moving it to April of 2025.
Oh,
Then I'll
okay.
withdraw my
Thank you.
comments. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make
I
sure that the
understand.
board is supporting our committee rather than
Yep.
sticking our nose in where it's not needed.
No,
Agreed.
I need
Director
specifics
Perry,
on
did you have
things.
your hand up? I just saw a wave. Thank you. All right, so the motion was seconded, I believe? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
It is
No,
not.
it isn't.
It is not.
Nope.
Those opposed? Director Grywacz opposes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, and 0. So the motion passes. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr.
Thank you very much.
7:45.
Okay. I believe we are ready for item.
H.
Just want to double check and triple check, make sure that the printed copy is the same as mine, because I've done that before. Item H.
May
Mr.
I-
Clemens.
May I
Please,
ask?
go ahead.
That this discussion, I expect, will take a long time. And we have waiting the update from the Lakes Equity Working Group, which is only scheduled for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And if we could attend to them now, it would allow them to not have to sit through this.
Is there any objection to that?
I ask for unanimous consent.
Okay. Hearing no objections, okay. Let's do that.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Excellent. I'm Mara Delanginega. This is Sarika. I'm the chair. She's the vice chair.
Hello. Can you just get a bit closer to the microphone?
Yeah, okay. I actually lost my voice cheering for my little person. So we are very happy today, along with some members of the Lake Okeechobee Working Group, to be here to present to you this update on the work that the Lake Okeechobee Working Group, or LUG as I'll be referring to in this update going forward. I assume all the board members have read the written submission of the update from the LUG. And it's just going to be a summary of what we've done to date. The LUG first met on December 7th, 2023, and we spent the first quarter of 2024 kind of defining what we were going to do. In quarter 2 of 2024, we started the work, which included obtaining secondary data in the form of the RA community survey and boat registration data. We also started collection of primary data. As you know, we discovered that the secondary data was not going to be sufficient in addressing our charge. And we also coordinated and participated in lake walks and watercraft excursions. So our walks were really everybody meeting up and walking around the lakes. Many of us were not familiar with all the lakes, so we got to do that. And we also developed and deployed 2 GIS apps, which allowed us to geocode and take photographs wherever we were. So in that second quarter, we started on building a wealth of data that was going to inform our final report. In quarter 3, we completed the secondary analysis of the RA community survey, and the results of which are included in this current report. We also collected further primary data in the barriers survey, which was distributed all over Reston, including right here at the customer service desk in English and Spanish. We collected lake events data, where members of the LUG would attend events, take pictures, answer some questions that we had built up in a very organized schemas that we collected uniform data. And then we also investigated lake access areas. That meant that we went to look at exactly where the boat ramps were and the designated areas to see what was there, what wasn't there, and what was missing. And we also participated in GIS mapping. As I said, we developed 2 GIS apps, and those apps allow us to pinpoint exactly where we are when we're collecting data. And took tons and tons of photographs, in excess of 400 the last time we checked. So these photographs obviously can be associated with the geographic locations and put context to what we're reporting on. In the quarter 4 of 2024, we continued again with these efforts to collect primary data, and we also started community meetings. We had 3 community meetings where it was just more ad hoc, kind of hearing what the community had to say about how they feel about access to the lakes. So the LUG has begun developing preliminary recommendations to enhance equitable access and enjoyment of Reston's 4 lakes. For all members, we expect to deliver the full report to include these recommendations in August of 2025. And I'll pause and see if Sarika has anything to add.
I think you covered everything.
I think so. And that's all, I guess, comments, questions.
Any questions?
I just wanted to thank you. The board had challenged your group to continue looking from a data-driven approach, and it was very evident from your report that that's the exact trajectory that you're taking. And you must have a lot of great talent on your committee, because it's not just collecting data, but it looks like there's some technical ability on your committee that's putting in a lot of hard work related to especially that mapping tools. So really much appreciate that. And I was wondering, because I know it will be on your final report, but I was reading in this report that you're finding some inconsistencies in signage. And I was wondering if you could just at least give us a small preview of what that piece is about.
Yes, so one of the things that I noticed even just as a resident, but also in just walking around, was the inability or the lack of clarity in terms of where residents could walk on and off of the trails. So as you know, many of the trails are butted by some clusters, and those constitute private property, but the demarcation between what was allowable and not wasn't always clear. So that type of ambiguity can serve as a deterrent for certain members of, of our community to not actually go and use what they actually have permission to use. So we just, so far, I think what we would say that we've noticed is that maybe just some sort of standards or clarity, standards and clarity in the signage would be very helpful in allowing people to know where and when they're allowed to be where they're supposed to be. And a signage would go a long way in achieving that.
Thank you. And I believe that our Director of Covenants, is on or participates in the committee, so you can help them with all things signs, since you know all of the rules much better than even the rest of us. Okay, that would be wonderful, because I think that would be a really good resource for your group, because he sees not only the signs that you've probably seen, but all of the requests for signs that come in across the community. Thank you.
Let's go ahead.
Oh, I just also wanted to appreciate the fact that you called out an issue that we might not have otherwise been aware of, that while the homeowners immediately on the lake don't feel a need for kayak storage, there's a lot of people who don't have immediate frontage on the lake but live close enough, and that is an important category of RA residents, and they do feel that there would be a need for more provisions made for storage of kayaks, and I appreciate you bringing that forward, because I had not realized, and yet it's a sensible result. Thank you.
Go ahead.
As part of any upcoming recommendations that the committee might bring to the board, can you also include in there, if we are to recommend opening up certain areas to members or providing additional access points, whatever that might be, if we could work with, Tony, I hate to sign you up for stuff, but if we can at least reference Tony's knowledge about any sort of liability that Reston has. I know we have certain access points that we know of, that we care for, that are built into kind of our assumption of risk with the lakes. And so as we look to expand and grow that risk, if there can be just something in the briefing that gives us a better understanding of what we might be signing up for with this greater expansion, with this greater access, because I figured there will be some sort of correlation there.
Excellent. We'll definitely take a note of that. We are going to be doing like a policy analysis as part of this, and I think that is a place where we can definitely consult so that we can, meet that request. But it's definitely something we can do.
Hang on, I've got a couple questions for you. Margaret, why don't you go first?
Yes, I read through the report that we received, and it was a very detailed. So I appreciate what we have received, and I look forward to what you are going to be presenting. And I just want to, I liked the fact that it included you were going to be looking at programming and other things that may be a possibility for inclusion. But I also want to make sure we're including some basic things, right? Like picnic tables, additional benches, things that would allow people spaces to come and enjoy the area, even if they didn't want to be, for example, on the water or walking around the water. Some of us, walking is not our forte at the moment. So I just want to make sure that we're doing some inclusion that is, for those people who just want to enjoy the lakes as they are.
Yeah, so we have, during our lake walks and all the geolocations that we've done with the images as well that we've taken, we've identified spaces where we can make improvements such as that, where you can add features such as a picnic table or a little space where apparently people can go fishing without falling into the water. Apparently that's a thing. I don't go fishing, so I don't know. So those are the sort of things that we're also looking at as well, just so that it can improve, not necessarily improve, but also allow others who might not necessarily, like you say, either walk or kayak, enjoy that lakefront as well.
I have a couple of very simple questions. You held some community outreach and focus groups and so on. How big were those?
They were quite small focus groups. So far, we have one with Dogwood, in the Dogwood area, and then one in Hunters Woods, because those are, distance-wise, the most
When you
furthest
say
away.
small, how small or how big?
We were talking about 8 people, very, very small, and it actually
8.
made it, around 8 people. It made a very, given that those were our first few, it gave us a sense of how we were going to work with the workshops, with the focus groups. We had one also with the Accessibility Committee as well, Rest and Accessibility Committee. But we are planning one, hopefully a larger workshop, I won't call it a focus group as it's larger, but a session with any member that's interested in what we're doing and wanting to provide feedback or comments as well, so that we're workshopping that at the moment as well.
Right.
So there's something
Statistically, as you all know with data and so on, 8 is small. So
No, 8 is very
anything
small.
you can do to improve that helps you with your
Oh, definitely, yes.
analysis and so
Yes.
on. Also, just to pick up on Director Grywatch's comment about looking at the liability or legal aspects, are you also looking at the environmental aspect as well? Do you have somebody that can help you with that? Because there's a lot of wildlife and, okay, so you've got, perfect, thank you. I figured you did, I just wanted to make sure. Last comment, and this is quick. In your write-up, you mentioned something about encouraging signs. Did you see any discouraging signs? And did you take any pictures? Can you give us?
So we did see some discouraging signs, unfortunately. And many of them, it was more like the placement of the sign. We know that the homeowners in the clusters want to protect their property, rightfully so. I would like to protect my property where it is. So it should be like conveniently placed in a way that would really deter anybody from walking towards or into or along a path that is actually an RA path.
Yeah.
So the placement is just as important as the words that are on the signs. And again, I think it's just this need for like a standard in those, so that anyone interested.
So that's where CAM comes in with the standards.
Yeah.
Great.
So yeah, we did, and we did
Thank
take
you.
quite a few pictures of
I would
those.
also like to emphasize that there's a lot of wildlife all seasons, and there are people who go fishing, and we've seen cases, people calling us about birds getting tangled up with fishing lines and so on. So I think as you think about this holistically, this aspect of really thinking about that aspect, which really gets into what do we do, how do you enforce some of these things if people come and leave their stuff behind? Just think about that, and that's all. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to point out, I want to thank the committee, the working group rather, for the really fine work that you are doing. I have experience with how they are working, and they get into a great deal of detail, and I think that the final report will be impressive, as I think the interim report now is. And there is one item that is extant, which I would like to ask unanimous consent to modify, and that is there is a resolution which requested that the working group render a report on a quarterly basis. That has been not observed. this is the first report, not due to the working group, but because of the exigencies of the work of the board. And the final report is due in August. And I think given the extensive update given today, that we could afford to let them focus on the final report as opposed to having to render another quarterly or 2 quarterly reports.
You're asking for unanimous
And-
consent?
Yes.
Any objection?
It does make sense to me. I would say that it's very helpful to get a briefing, not so much a quarterly report or anything, something like this, before we get to the final report, before we get a package that says, this is it.
This required a fair amount of work.
This was a lot
Yeah.
of work.
Yeah.
7 pages.
Well,
with
if
references.
there's an objection there's a request for unanimous consent. If there's an objection to the request, then
I'll make a motion.
Then he makes the motion
Sure.
and we vote it.
Yeah.
So
I don't have an objection, but I would encourage the staff to include this report as part of the onboarding for the new board members, so that come August, there's some education or foundation there that we all have that they will not.
Yeah.
Great idea.
So do we need a motion or is it unanimous consent?
Are you objecting?
I'm not objecting, I'm just saying, please don't take this as an objection or anything. It's very helpful for us to hear where you're headed, as opposed to end of August, and here's the final report.
We need minutes.
So is it unanimous?
We have
Is it
minutes, and the
unanimous
minutes are
to-
available.
No, I'm saying we need to take minutes.
We need to
Or we're
decide.
Is there unanimous consent?
Just make
If
the
not
motion.
unanimous
Yeah, make a
consent, let's
motion.
have a motion.
Make a motion. Make the motion.
He wants you to make a
All
motion.
right. I move that the board vote to dispense with the requirement of quarterly reports from the Lakes Equity Working Group.
Second.
All those in favor? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed, sorry, Margaret Perry, you're in favor?
She was
Yeah,
in favor.
Thank
So
you.
5.
Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? Abstaining?
Okay.
Motion, yep, 502, the motion passes. Thank you.
By the way,
Yeah.
there are minutes of the meetings of the
I understand.
Lakes Equity Working Group, which are
Perfect, good, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the work that you guys did. Thank you.
Have a good night.
How's the general, do we need a bio break before we get into annual?
Yeah, let's,
10 o'clock, we've been at it an hour and a half.
let's do a bio break for 10 minutes. We will be back at, let's call it 8:15.
8:15?
Yep. We back on? Great. So glad to see that Dr. Johnson is back with us, and I suggest that we take care of the IT committee work plan now before we will move on to the next item. And Margaret, you were spot on with your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, can I get unanimous consent to move up the IT work plan that we had agreed to put at the end, move it up right now? Any objections? Okay. That's unanimous of all. Thank you very much. Dr. Johnson, are you given the IT?
And it's F4 in our packet, if anyone needs help finding it.
Okay. I will just go through the draft initiatives for 2025. I'll probably be rereading a number of these close by and not doing a full presentation. But the first is to make it easier for members and other constituents to do business with RA. We've got a lead there is David Wiley and Jeff Spurrier. Jeff has recently resigned from the board. I'm sorry, from the committee, but we will get an alternate in the near future. The action step there is to advise and assist on evaluation of the Civic Plus modules for integration to RA IT services. The next item is to enable RA to work more efficiently. The lead there is Mayor, and the action step is to assist in review and implementation of IT enablement of RA processes. So that's from a fairly high level. That just means that we're going to, provide oversight and guidance for applications that RA determines that it needs to do business. Next is better protect member and constituent information. Michael Abash and myself are lead on that. The three steps we have there are to support cybersecurity baseline assessment and do a health check of RA software as a service providers. Work with the board of directors to review and approve a cybersecurity statement and to provide recommendations for a cybersecurity policy. And the next is to do a benchmark against other town associations to see what IT committees of other similar associations are doing. And there is not a lead attached to that one, nor do we have specific activities, but they're kind of in the implied in the high-level description.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Dr. Perry.
Could I just ask, and this is just for general, Travis, under the third golden objective, step 3, just add that it's a cybersecurity policy, just to make it, yes, I appreciate we should all know, but if we could just spell it out, I would appreciate it.
We can do that.
Thank you. And then, as far as the Civic Plus modules, is this in addition to what we've already implemented, or are these an ongoing along with what we currently have in place?
Great question. It's to identify what we can use with what we have in place first, and if we need to, identify other modules.
And then, of course, obviously, to remove Jeff's name from strategic goal 1, just to clean it up before it gets put on the website, which I'm sure you were going to do anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Here. Motion to.
Yeah, motion to approve the IT committee draft initiatives for 2025 as amended by Mark.
Second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous of all. Thank you very much, Director Johnson.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, over to you, Mr. Cummins.
Thank you, President Mapar. I'm excited to talk to you all tonight about this because I think it's an opportunity for us to talk about what are the most important, or I'll say most strategic things that we think are coming throughout the course of the year. In introducing the topic tonight, one of the things I thought I might mention to the board, so the resolution that contemplates doing this planning session was approved in 2019. We could not find any record of such a planning session being held. So we were looking for standard formats and so forth. So I thought it might be worthwhile just to speak to how this is organized. So the resolution contemplates, and the idea is to look at the most major of items, and says that the CEO will conduct an annual planning session at the board meeting in December each year with the purpose to provide basic direction and set priorities for the coming year. And it further goes on to say that the CEO will provide information on major issues facing the organization or our ability to implement the strategic plan. So the intent, and as I've laid this out, and I'm going to speak to a number of the items to start the conversation, is to stay at a very high level and speak to the kinds of topical areas that I think you should be thinking about taking up throughout the course of the year. So in defining success for tonight, the board is not being asked to make decisions. You're not being asked to set policy. You're being asked to affirm that these are the most strategic items that you imagine coming back at future study session dates for policymaking. And I'll speak to a few of those things, as we go through this. I put them into buckets for you all, primarily because I think that there are some significant choices to be made. I think Reston and the association are at the precipice of what I will call full maturity as an operation. So as we hit 60 years and most of our facilities are at least 35 or 40 years old, I really believe that you should think about, and I'm significantly advocating for, that we spend most of our time at the strategic level thinking about the finances of the association and what our financial needs are going to be going forward. And the reason I am thinking quite a bit about that is in combination with the assessment, which each year is the most dominant conversation that we have, almost driving us to a standstill in the fall about what an acceptable number will be. And at the same time, I'm doing quite a bit of work with Chief Financial Officer Vroom about future financial needs. And I think there are some significant study session area work to be done. So in thinking about those, I've bracketed them into the CIP and the assessment relating to finance. And the CIP, without creating a moniker here, this, in my opinion, should be the year of the CIP. So if you recall, as we looked at our reserve study last year, the reserve study contemplated as much as $190 million worth of potential needs over the next 30 years. And if you do very simple math, every $1 million is about $50 on the assessment. So if we are at 848 right now, and the reserve study contemplates needing anywhere between $3.5 and $7 million a year, depending on how we sharpen our pencils, we're north of $1,000 in a hurry, depending on when we want to fund those capital needs. So from my perspective, the intent would be to start to think about how we're going to benchmark against the other associations, which is an ongoing effort that we've been doing, studying the accuracy and the timing of the most severe capital needs, and creating a decision-making model. And what I've outlined for different work plan items in this bucket is to be thinking about things like, are we interested in financing or not? And what are the pros and cons of that? And making some decisions. So if that becomes an off-the-table option, that's fine. And again, not making decisions tonight, but those are really important things to be thinking about. I'm also thinking about the 10-year average and the relationship of the 10-year average. So that's a concept that has a lot of merit insofar as it keeps the assessment relatively stable. But many people on this board, and I think out in the community, have questioned when individual projects are coming online. So we're starting to look at alternatives to the 10-year average and looking at a funding model, which is really very different than a spending model, and deciding what to spend the money on. And working through a deliberate CIP that is predictable and everyone knows when projects are going to be built as compared to out years would, in my opinion, be a significant step forward from the way we are currently thinking about financial strategy for capital. In terms of the overall assessment, as I mentioned, that's one of the biggest things that's coming up. There have been discussions around some topical areas that I want to put in front of the board and decide whether these are things you want to talk about or not. For example, the idea of changing the fiscal year has come up multiple times in my short tenure here, 2.5 years. Are we interested in that or not? And there are some pros and cons to that. And I've outlined those, but very simply, and we'll need a lot more analysis on this, but changing the fiscal year has significant operational benefits in terms of the financial strategy decision-making, because a lot of that occurs in the off-season before you all get into deliberations. Whereas right now, we're doing the heavy lifting in May and June and August for you all to start your conversations in August, September, and October. However, there's downsides to that as well. The board election is in March and seated in April, and of course, deciding on a budget in June presents a number of challenges, as well. So nonetheless, it's come up at fiscal, and I would like to be able to say that's something we're interested in or not, and you'll need to spend some time on that. I think probably the biggest thing around the assessment is, as we need to affirm that the operating model that we are assuming now is what everybody wants, which is we're going to continue to own and operate 15 swimming pools and 55 miles of trails and 1,300 acres of open space, all the physical buildings. When you add up all of those physical assets, they're well into the 9 figures worth of total land and physical assets. And what that means is we are currently trying to balance budgets on about $70 a month per household. And so when you look at the capital needs to make sure they're useful as compared to having a nightmare scenario, one breaks and is out of order for some period of time, there's costs, that come with that. I would like to talk to the board about understanding those financial needs and the role of the assessment vis-a-vis continuing to charge one time a year versus more of a subscription kind of approach. Number of clusters, my cluster certainly does this. We collect quarterly as compared to once a year, specifically for that reason. So it is much more palatable typically amongst the membership to pay on a more regular basis at a much lower amount than to pay a very large amount once a year. So I would really like to explore that with the board. The other topics that I have put into, I'll say sort of some general areas. One of the things that I believe very strongly in is the pillar in the work plan that contemplates the workforce. And the workforce in a place like Reston, we're in the community serving and community building business. The people themselves are actually the most valuable asset we have. These are the people that are interacting with members. They're the people out in the field that are building things, maintaining things, running programs, operating our facilities, and all those sorts of things. A lot of that work is actually done internally, and obviously a number of things I will finally, I'm going to knock on wood here. We will have a fully staffed SLT. I believe we'll be ready to make some announcements in the next couple weeks for the first time in my tenure. It'll also be the first year that I've had a fully staffed C-suite as Ed collects or gets to his first year. And so as I look to deploy the C-suite and implementing a number of these interdepartmental and crossover strategies, a couple of big things that are at the board level. So the board, I want to make a priority to bring the HR policy manual back to you. This is the document that sets many of our procedures and policies in place that help reinforce the kinds of organizational culture and or HR policy that we're looking to implement. It has not been updated since 2 CEOs ago and actually has her signature on the front page. So to me, this is a big priority. As I mentioned, I'm hoping to be able to make an announcement about HR, in the next couple of weeks. And so that would be, something I want to focus on, as well as some of the training. In terms of general topics, I wanted to outline a few things for the board that I think are significant topical areas. And I want to speak to those because I think it's important as you all are considering how you want to affirm some of these things. I have some observations for you all just about the board and about all the things we're trying to take on. One of the things that I have mentioned in previous reports is I think the board would benefit greatly from a retreat. I'm using the word retreat. I think what I'm really trying to get at is it feels as if there are a number of times where board dynamics or success as you think about reflecting back on your own work as a board are really coming up and the value systems are being challenged. There used to be a concept in the old BGC resolution that the board would do an evaluation of itself, and a look back. That concept has not been embedded anywhere else as the BGC resolution was disposed of. I would suggest that it would be highly beneficial for you all to think about how you evaluate your own performance. Are you interested in a code of conduct or civility? Do you want to talk about procedural considerations? A number of you have raised concerns about when you revisit things you've already decided or how that process ought to work and those sorts of things. Those kinds of cultural norms and working through them can really help you, as a group. And I'm happy to help in any way I can. I'm happy to get you a facilitator. I've certainly done it that way in the past. So I just want to put that out there for you all. I'll also mention on this, that kind of process only works if the board fully buys into it. So as you think about that, it would be important for you all to sort of buy into, if you want to do it, that everybody is willing and wants to participate. The 2 meetings a month concept, I want to raise that issue because one of my main objectives for you all as a board is to help you be as efficient as possible and make the best decisions possible as possible. And one of the ideas when we decided, actually the main reason that a second meeting was created was to do study session work and make your next meeting more efficient and therefore shorter and easier to work through. I don't know that that's happening, or certainly not happening in the way that it was originally discussed. And there were some examples, of that. And if you're interested in taking that up, I know some of you are having conversations about the second meeting, of the month and how it's working. Happy to help facilitate a study session on that and revisit the original concept. I'll give you a quick example. So when we discussed the fee pyramid, for example, we ended up discussing the fee pyramid 6 times. And I'm not sure the first 3 or 4 were as relevant to the final decision-making as the last 1 or 2. And so my question would be, if there wasn't enough value added from the hours and hours that were spent in the first couple, is that where you want to spend your time? And how can I help you, from an agendizing standpoint? One of the things that I have also observed is that we spent a significant amount of time in 3 topical areas last year that I want to make sure that I am clear on what the definition of success is looking forward, or however you all want to think about how we're agendizing things. And obviously, we're not staffed to the gills, let me just say. So there are times where we have some staffing constraints. So as we talk about things like this year, the 3 big examples, or last year I should say, were the elections work, the land use program, which we put a substantial amount of effort into, and the Parks Master Plan, and that concept came out of the Barton Hill pickleball discussion. And I'd like to understand, as we may take on new things potentially, or are those things, going to play such a significant role going forward, and how everybody wants to define, what those look like. And the last thing I'm going to leave you with, which in my view may actually be one of the most important items, and I really very much think we have to start getting very thoughtful about this, is the future of our headquarters. So the lease in this building expires in 5 years. We have a 10-year option after that. However, I think as everyone knows, there is an SSPA that is filed on this property that contemplates potential redevelopment. So there are a number of factors. However, if we are going to think about moving 5 years from now, we really should be talking now. And I should get going on some options and some pros and cons and variability. And we're paying a lot of money for this building. Now, there's a lot of good things about this building, but as I've told you all in the past, we're not as close inside the communities as I would like to be, at times as well. We're sort of on the periphery. So as I see it, those are the most major things facing the organization and the community. Again, without creating a moniker, I think this is the year we should be spending time on financial considerations and not kick the can down the road. I think developing a more deliberate, predictable CIP model will make the budget process substantially more smooth, because everyone will know what the capital needs are. At this point in time, at least going into the next biennial budget, I'm not imagining an expansion of services, but we cannot be contracting the operational budget in any significant way either. So I think at that point, I'm going to stop here and just remind everybody the definition of success for tonight is to think about the most major topical bucket areas, and affirm that that's where we're headed. Each of the things I've listed off are embedded somewhere in the strategic plan, so I've given you those references as well in the written materials. So I'm happy to take any questions that anybody has or expand upon any of those things if you would like.
All right, we're open for discussion here. Any questions, any comments here? Yeah, go ahead.
I prepared, when I was thinking about this topic, besides reading through the materials that Matt gave us, I needed to organize my thoughts, and I prepared just a list of like everything that I could gather, which was last year's work plan items that weren't finished, the items from here, the items that the board gave as part of one of the questions on max performance review, about goals for next year for RA. I also generally try as much as I can when people are giving ideas at the board that don't grow legs at that board meeting. I try to jot them down on my iPad, and so I just have kind of a running list. So in order for me to organize my thoughts, that's how I did it. When I finished that list, I kind of went through and I was trying to look for the things that I felt like we had more consensus among the board. And I thought that might be able to be used as a starting point for us to establish the priorities for the association next year. And so I emailed that out earlier this week. And I also made a copy that for everyone here and for the members' benefit, I also gave that document to Brittany so she could bring it up on the screen and it could be seen. So I would like to move to direct the CEO to incorporate the list of suggested work plan focus items document into the 2025 strategic plan and come back to the board at the next meeting with a draft of that work plan and some potential timelines.
Mr. President, I'm going to second the motion, but then I'm going to move to defer further consideration of this matter until the next meeting to give the staff an opportunity to look at this document that's just been put in front of all of us. And then we can have a further conversation about this document vis-a-vis the document that's the CEO has generated. I have a kind of working rule. I don't like to surprise people with proposals. So first I'm seconding the motion, and then I'm moving to defer further consideration of the matter until our next meeting. And I need a second.
Second.
Can I speak? So to speak to the motion, the purpose of my motion was to do just that, which was to have staff be able to take this document back, to look at it, to bring us their version, because there might be other items that we discussed tonight, to incorporate them in, to come up with some timelines, to come back to us and say, this one will be hard for us to do, and to give us that feedback so that we would have the ability to have an iterative session and to eventually get to a strategic work plan that works for everyone. I also made sure that I circulated this to staff at the same time I circulated it to the board. And so I am not in favor of deferring because I think that the iterative step is already in place in my motion.
Dr. Johnson.
Firstly, I want to thank Director Juszczyk for taking the time to put together the list. It was extremely detailed, and it was fantastic. However, my position on it is similar to Director Farrell's. Not so much that I think it was a surprise, because we did have, in my mind, adequate time to review. My perspective is that we need some time to confer on it before we include it in the list. I think just an analysis of some of the items, because it goes back a ways, to determine like whether or not some of the items have been made redundant, they're no longer necessary, things along those lines. Just based on my own review, I caught a couple that may not need to be included in the list. And I just think from that, looking at it that way, maybe a small group of the board could get together and review it, see where it would integrate with Mac's list, as Director Farrell has suggested, and come up with a way to make it work for all of us.
Yep. My initial thought is that some of the details and some of the examples that have been brought into each goal maybe are a little bit too detailed for the overall strategic plan that we would look to approve as a board. So my thought process would be to look to, instead of starting with this as the baseline, start with Max as the baseline and look to add individual cases that make sense, because I do believe there are plenty in here that we've agreed upon as a board and do make some sense. But I would still agree with Director Farrell's overall assessment. That's just where my head is at, is I think this would be too granular for what I would think the board would look to consider.
Director Perry?
So I would certainly agree in general with what Trevor said. I think Jennifer's done a wonderful job with bringing lots of information together. But as you all know, I'm very cautious of the fact that we are a governing board, not an operating board. And I think we overstep that line way too many times and way too often. And I would also like to ask staff, are you comfortable with bringing this back in 2 weeks, or do you need 4 weeks? Are you comfortable with the next board meeting, or do you need the board meeting after?
I can go ahead and answer that, Margaret. I'm sure we could come up with some answers in 2 weeks. The board may not recall that I sent you an email that I am not at the meeting in 2 weeks, and I think this is really a CEO board conversation. So maybe March 13th, which backs us into 4 weeks.
I'd ask unanimous consent to amend my motion to make it March 13th.
Director Dodd, you had your hand over.
I've asked for unanimous
I'm
consent.
sorry.
Is there an objection to changing the
Thank you.
amendment to March 13th?
No objection.
There is none. Thank you, Mr. President.
So
Go ahead.
I am in agreement with Margaret that this board is meant to be a board that discusses policy, and that the meetings that have gone on interminably in this year, twice a month for 5 to 6 hours, their excessive length is largely due to our own board's failure to stay in our lane and to stay with policy discussions and to trust the staff and to work on communicating about policy decisions with the staff. So I'm also in a situation like Trevor where I'm going off the board. I am delighted that there was one candidate for my position. We would have had more if we could use some self-discipline about our meetings. When people find out it's 2 6-hour meetings a month, no one wants to run for this position, or few do, thanks to those who do. And so I think we need to learn how to stay in our lane. I also agree with Trevor that I think we should be guided by what Mac has presented with us. Boards come and go. I'm well aware as I get ready to go, and I feel like I've just stepped up and learned how to be a better board member than I was at the beginning of my 3-year term. But we need to have our staff that we vet carefully and remunerate generously, who are here for a long period of time. They need to be the ones who make sure that the organization is running well. And I think that we as community board members have a very important role to play in terms of priority setting and making sure that the philosophies and the policies are in keeping with the community. But running the organization is a staff job. Our CEO, our COO, and others need to be empowered to do that. And I think basing our work plan primarily on what MAC has presented to us, and then augmenting it with the careful work that Jennifer has done to add detail, is the way to go, because I don't think it works when we've got competing visions of how this happens. One is excessively detailed, one is more strategic. We need to come together, and I won't be part of it, but I really strongly favor the board retreat to help meld the visions of the board role and the staff role, so that, because we are an amazing organization here at Reston Association. But you wouldn't always know that from the way we run our meetings, and I think we need to aspire to do better.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Dr. Farrell, did you have your hand up?
I wish I could agree with some of the prior comments, but I can't. I have, from time to time, heard members say, you get down into the weeds too much. And then I ask, give me an example. And what I get is crickets. What I see here is policy. That's what Director Juszczyk has developed for our consideration. I see some getting in the weeds in the document that's in my binder that I really don't think it's for us to do. And that's in the binder. So I think that we have a real curious little game we play. If we don't like something, we call it getting in the weeds, especially if it's somebody else's idea or concern. But if there's an instance where we've gotten into the weeds and gotten into operational, give me an example, because I can't think of one.
Okay. Director Perry, you had your hand up. Let's go with you first, and then Director Johnson. Go ahead.
When we're questioning how much chlorine for the pools and tennis balls for to buy for the summer, I think that's absolutely in the weeds, 100%. There's your example.
Didn't do it.
We did.
We didn't. Not here. That was a budget item.
Just let me get Director Johnson, and then I'll come back to you, please.
Can we not have a prolonged discussion about having prolonged discussions?
Director Dodd.
And mindful of that, I'm happy to discuss with Director Farrell times when we have, during budget discussions, we've discussed whether the floor of a bathroom in the pool area is level or whether there are tripping hazards. That is not a board concern. That is not a policy matter. That is us getting in the weeds and out of our lane. So I'm done.
Let's just, I'd like to bring this focus back to the deferral motion to March. I think we've heard everybody comment on this.
Director Farrell, can you repeat your motion, please?
Yes, please.
So my motion is to, I seconded the motion to adopt the document that was just handed out.
Which, this is Jennifer's document.
Yes, ma'am. It was the one just handed out, not the one in the binder.
Yeah.
And to defer further consideration of the matter till March 13th, to give the staff an opportunity to respond to the items in that document.
Are we now discussing that motion?
We have.
Well, sort of.
We have, sort of, yeah.
It's supposed to.
Can I say that I'm going to oppose the motion because I think that the framework for the discussion should be what MAC has presented to us, and that the annual planning presented by Director Juszczyk should be a supplement to it, but should not form the framework of the
Would
discussion.
you like to amend that motion?
I don't know. As the motion is, I'm going to vote against it.
Okay.
I share Director Dodd's comments on there.
Yeah. Director Flynn.
Could we have a response from the CEO as to that proposal? What he thinks of it? Can you manage it?
He said
We asked him, and he said March.
He said
Yeah.
March 5th, not the next
Because in
meeting,
2
the
weeks
one
he's not
after.
here, and, yeah.
March
13th.
13th.
Yeah.
That's why we stated the motion.
But it's really a melding of the two and looking at.
Responding. That's all I asked was for a response.
Right now, yeah. just for clarity, and please help me out if I don't get this right. Right now, the discussion, the motion is about adopting Director Juszczyk's.
Considering.
He said.
He said adopt.
Adopting.
He said adopting.
No, hang on.
Correct.
It was Director Juszczyk made a motion to adopt this.
That's right, and you amended it.
Okay? And, no,
I'm sorry, you deferred.
I seconded it. And then I immediately moved to defer further consideration of this question to now March 13th to give staff an opportunity to respond to Director Juszczyk's document.
Counsel, did you have something?
Let me see if I can clear this up. The
Please.
only thing that's before the board at this moment is whether or not you're going to consider it tonight or move it forward. The deferral takes precedence. So the question is, you're going to kick it to March, or if that fails, you're back at Jennifer's original motion and you're voting on that tonight.
So is there clarity on what we are deferring, though?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll do it again. Director Juszczyk made a motion to adopt this document. Director Dodd? This document.
hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
This document
Understood.
That was
as the work plan for the next year. I seconded the motion and then moved to defer further consideration of the question to March 13th to give the staff an opportunity to respond to this document.
But council has let us know that the only thing that we would actually be considering of your motion is just the timing.
It's the deferral,
The deferral.
And then it's still, if,
because there's a second to my motion.
Correct.
the
Counsel,
deferral-
can you just clarify one more time, please?
I'm sorry, our Assistant Secretary has a question.
I believe because he amended or he motioned to defer, the defer is on the table, so you need to vote on that.
On the deferral.
Right.
And then it comes back to Jennifer's motion as if you want to.
If the deferral fails.
Her motion doesn't come up until the 13th. I'm deferring
If it
her motion to the
passes.
13th.
But Tony had his hand up. I'd love to hear from Tony.
Okay, so where you are before John's motion, Jennifer moved
To adopt this.
to adopt this into the work plan.
Right.
Right? That was seconded. John came in and said, we don't want to talk about that right now. I want to talk about that on March 13th. So it freezes Jennifer's motion in time. There'll be an agenda item on the March 13th one, and it comes out, and the motion's on the table. And then it'll be dealt with at that point.
and so we will not have adopted Jennifer's document.
Correct.
We will just be moving it to
defer.
March.
Consideration of Jennifer's document will be moved to March.
So the motion is
Can
only
we
on
get
deferral.
And that
unanimous
means that
consent to
staff,
the deferral?
and that means staff will not be working on any sort of merger between Jennifer's document and the goals.
My understanding is that the purpose
motion
of the
will follow.
deferral is for staff to look at it and come back when the discussion comes and says.
That's a
what-
pseudo acceptance of the document, which the board is not taking up. I understand what you are saying, but like, that's what I want to make clear to the rest of the body is basically by having our CEO integrate those policy or the new considerations from Jennifer into his.
That's not my motion. My motion was to give the staff an opportunity to respond to the motion of Director Juszczyk. How they chose to respond, I leave to them. They might do it the way you just described it. They might say, this is garbage, we don't want to deal with it. But it's an opportunity for the staff to look at this and tell us what they think of it.
Okay. Director
So,
Dodd?
reading the room, it appears that we might be able to get unanimous consent about the deferral to March 13, since Mac is not going to be present.
Right.
And we can go back now to discuss the substance of what is being deferred.
My motion
No.
is dead until the 13th.
No.
You cannot even make the motion until the 13th.
It's a. the
Can someone
motion-
else but someone else can make another motion.
Counsel, can I just make a statement, and please correct me? It is my understanding right now that we're voting on a deferral to March so that staff can look at this and come back with their thoughts. There is no integration, there is no anything, it's just looking at this and come back and tell us what they think. Am I getting this right?
That's my motion.
That's the motion. So essentially,
motion.
the topic is done for tonight.
Yeah.
So if we want clarity about what the topic's going to be, then we need to vote against the deferral.
Correct.
Go ahead.
I hate to ask this, but if we defer this defer the motion that Director Juszczyk has made until March 13th. Doesn't that, isn't it possible that based on staff's response, that her list is no longer valid, and we wouldn't take up her motion then on the 13th? That's entirely possible?
You would vote against my motion on the
We would then just
13th
vote
and
against-
amend-
You would
or
vote-
amend it.
Right.
Fair enough.
Amend the
Exactly.
motion at the next meeting.
That's
You
right.
guys
That's
can do
my
anything you
understanding.
want
That's
with my motion at the next meeting.
So again, just for clarity, come March 13, when this comes up and they come back with their comments, and this comes up again,
They shouldn't.
there will be a vote either for or against this or absent.
That's it.
Is that correct?
There should not be any progress because all we are doing is deferring to a date. There should not be any progress by staff to work on something that the board hasn't adopted.
We've asked.
No, totally
My
agree.
motion, Mr. President, my motion is to ask for the staff to react to this document.
No, it's
That's
not.
my motion.
But it's not the motion.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No,
The motion was to defer the matter to March 13th to give the staff an opportunity to respond to the proposal from Director Juszczyk. Have I stated that's my motion?
Go ahead, Counsel.
What if Jennifer withdrew her motion and you just deferred this topic to the date? So there's no motion in play, and asked that the CEO consider the document that was presented. And then she can make her motion. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
But if we're uncomfortable with the language, it's the same thing.
Provide a response. On the 13th.
I will not do that, and the reason is because I have comments to make on some of the items that Mac brought us for this topic. So I don't want to defer the motion. This was not to be an exclusive list and the only list that was going to go on an annual work plan. It was the list of things that I have heard from the board and staff over the course of the year. And again, it was not meant to rubber stamp and say, this is our work plan. It was meant to give staff an opportunity to go back, think about it, look at the dates, see if they think they can do it, and come back and give us feedback and say, we can do these 6 things, but we can't do those 5 things. If you really want to defer it, and I hear you all, I'm happy to defer it, but I'm not withdrawing my motion because I have other things to make comments on.
Go ahead.
I just hear Director Farrell's motion as a refinement of Director Juszczyk's. I don't hear a great deal of difference in so much as you've refined it by adding a date to when the conversation you're asking for happens.
My point is, this is a damn long list.
Right.
And I'm not going to ask the staff to respond to this damn long list tonight.
That's what I'm saying.
Is his summary accurate?
That's what I'm saying.
just-
So, yeah,
with
right,
clarity.
cool. So I just think we're all dancing around the same thing. So
I
think
assure
we
you,
should-
I am not. I promise you. By having staff take and insert in things from this list, you are changing the strategic plan of the CEO. So I would like us to then just decide whether we want this stuff included now.
I'm just going to interrupt. No one's saying that it should be integrated. No one's saying that her list should be integrated with the master list. They're saying that they're just asking for a response to her list, like just basically, here's her list, here's what I think about point A, here's what I think about point B. Not necessarily saying, making a new list. The list is still max. Max is the baseline, which is what you've requested. So all they're saying is to look at Jennifer's and then just respond, how does that relate to this? And I'm saying all these things to say that when I vote, that's the motion I'm voting for. So when, we have anybody says that's not what we asked for, I'm going to say
on the record.
that's exactly what I voted for.
Margaret, you have your hand up? Go ahead.
The other option is to, vote no on John's, vote no on Jennifer's, and make an amended motion based on another option.
That's
Just
Yes.
throwing that out there.
Yes.
okay.
And 1 o'clock, do you think?
Can
Or
we
2?
vote?
We're ready to vote? Yep. So do you have the option of?
So
As
call
Mark-
the vote on John's.
We have
Yeah,
to
the
vote on
motion's
John's
on
motion.
John's motion to defer.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
So call the vote. All in favor?
All in favor, say aye. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4.
It's 4.
Those opposed?
Tie vote, motion fails. So
Now you get to take up
what's
my
the question?
motion.
We're back to the motion.
So let the mover.
I don't have anything to say. It's back to my motion. It's Joelle's.
Please call the
meeting.
vote.
Back to Director Justek's motion to adopt this.
My
Correct.
motion was not to adopt.
So can you repeat, because I've
My
got written down, move to
motion-
adopt into
That's
the
what I
work
heard.
plan.
I
That's what I
have it
wrote.
written down and read it from my piece of paper.
Yeah.
My motion was to direct the CEO to incorporate the list of suggested work plan focus item document, because that's the title of it, into the 2025 strategic plan and return to the board at the next regular meeting, which I will amend, if you guys are fine, till March 13th, because I forgot, not that I didn't forget, but I didn't connect the dots. Providing us a draft and timelines to further discuss.
Okay,
Calling the
let's
vote.
vote on that. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. We have Justek and Farrell. All those opposed? We have Perry, Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, Gravwatch, and myself. That motion fails.
Mr. President, I'm going to have a number of amendments to the proposed work plan, but others have their hands raised.
Go ahead, Margaret.
I would like to motion, and Tony, you can make it pretty when you feel like it. I would like to motion that staff take until March 13th board meeting to review the email that Director Juszczyk sent to determine if the board should consider looking at any of these, or staff would like to consider adding any of these to the strategic work plan for 2025.
Mr. President, I believe that motion's out of order. We already voted on this question.
Okay, fine.
Unless you take it as.
Sorry you don't like my language, John.
Unless Director Perry wants to make a motion to reconsider, since she was on the prevailing side, but it seems to me that's the same motion that we just voted on.
It is not.
I thought I worded it differently, John. I'm sorry I didn't meet your criteria. So sorry.
Okay.
So sorry.
Thank
So
you,
sorry.
Margaret.
Question of
Thank you.
privilege.
Thank you.
We don't need
Okay,
this.
listen, guys, let's just keep it down here. Thank you. Yes, Director Justek.
I have comments on the topic.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Is that okay? Okay.
I-
So I don't believe, first, what Mac brought to us was the strategic work plan for the association. I think that this was a list of ideas that he's brought to us for the last couple of meetings that he thought it was critical to discuss before he asked staff to finalize or put together a work plan, which is why I presented my list for consideration. But if that is how we're going to see this, I will make some comments related to the items that we brought. On the first one, related to work item 1, I believe that work plan, and this is on page 4, the chart, I believe the work plan item about an approval process to develop projects over $500,000 is not what the facility investment review process actually suggests. We will be taking it up later, but it's not just items over $500,000. That needs to be corrected. The second one is, I believe items 2 and 4 in that chart are the exact same thing. We, as a board, made a motion to ask staff to review the 10-year average resolution, and the last one says to develop a stable CIP funding model.
Director, I'm sorry, I'm not on the same page as you.
Okay.
Can you help me get to the
Sure.
same page as you?
Page 4
Of what?
of this agenda
Of
item.
max item G.
In the packet.
Yes, in the packet. Page 4 of this agenda item. The chart. So I have asked for the first one to be updated to staff's suggestion on the facility investment review process to make sure that it's correct, because it's not correctly stated there. The second one is that I believe items 2 and 4 in that list, not labeled 2 and 4, but the second box down and the fourth box down, the board has a motion to review the 10-year current average resolution and to have staff bring us back their suggestions. The last one says to develop a stable CIP funding model. I believe that that's the same thing. I believe that we also decided that we needed that motion fulfilled in Q2, specifically in May, because we felt as a board that before we went into the budget process, we needed to have that in our rearview mirror. And so I think that it still is important that we do that. So that is, we're approving this. Yeah, so I think that is it for work plan item number 1. The second one is the future of assessment and operations needs of the association.
May I ask, are you going to ask us to accept or reject a package of your comments? Or can we discuss each one? I don't
We can,
understand
sure.
what the
If you-
plan is.
Well,
Because I'm going to get lost, and if you keep talking, and then at the end say, that's my motion, I'm going to vote against it because it's not clear.
Okay. If the board would like to discuss them one at a time, my assumption is that
I
our
would like you to
CEO
prioritize and have your most important comments on this be discussed first and fully.
I don't.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. I'm
May I
sorry.
make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Your comments are rather detailed, and I expect that the rest of them are going to be rather detailed. I'm assuming you have them in writing. My suggestion would be that you share them with all of us and with staff, and that they come back on March 13th, and we have a fuller discussion. Because attempting to deal with this tonight, at first glance, it's just going to bounce. Nothing's going to happen, and we'll go round in circles, and there's no need for that. And what we need to do is take a careful look at it, as does staff, so that we can see what works and what doesn't, and have a discussion about it in a rational fashion. Trying to do this tonight is pointless, in my judgment.
Right, and I can appreciate that. This is a work session. I thought that that's what the purpose of this was. And so how is it that you want, I'm not going to email the board again my handwritten notes for my preparation for the meeting. We're supposed to be discussing.
So can we respond to what you've
and
said so far?
Absolutely. But if there is another suggestion besides taking this offline outside of the members' view of, what we think the annual plan should be, I will take it.
No, I didn't suggest that it be
No,
taken
that's
offline.
right.
I suggested that we
suggested that.
share it so that we can read it and take time to think about it, and so can staff, so that we can have a rational discussion about it on March 13th.
Dr. Dodd, go ahead.
So if I understood you correctly, looking at this chart that's on page 4 of Mac's submission at this tab, you're saying that the second and the fourth work plan items are somewhat duplicative. It appears to me that the second one is to explore alternatives, which would suggest brainstorming a number of different alternatives, and that the fourth one talks about developing a stable CIP funding model, so that would suggest to me a choice made among competing visions. Is that, can I ask Mac whether that is how he sees the difference, or how do you see the difference between 2 and 4?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons I guess I just want to offer as an observation, I haven't heard any concern or disagreement about doing the things that are on this sheet.
Right.
So I'm not sure, I heard all the comments, maybe these two things are really similar. I can certainly work with Peter as we schedule study sessions, but I haven't heard any concern other than Q3 might need to be Q2. Otherwise, at least what I heard Director Juszczyk say is, these are things I want to talk about. I think these things are really similar. The timing might not make sense.
And so, in that spirit, I don't know, I don't want to completely derail Director Juszczyk, but I would say that she has already made a motion that failed, and my motion would be that we accept Mac's annual planning submission, session submission item G for consideration, and that the board, as well as the staff, look at it in combination with the suggestions from Director Juszczyk, and that we discuss harmonizing them at the next meeting, but using the CEO's submission as the framework on which we base our discussion.
Same motion.
It is not the same motion.
It is not.
It'll have a different result, I can promise you that.
It is not.
But it's still the same motion.
So I'm making my motion, and if anyone wants to second the
Yeah.
motion, we can vote
I
on
will
my
happily
motion.
second that motion. I said I will happily second that motion.
Okay, that,
It's the same motion
hold
that's
on,
already
guys.
been voted
Hold
down.
on. Let's, you have a
Has to
motion.
roll on that.
I've
I
seconded.
would
You-
second that
It's
motion.
been seconded. Discussion on this.
Mr. President, the motion's out of order. It's a repeat of the motion that already suffered a 4-4 vote.
I reject the director's
Hey,
characterization of my motion, and so does the gentleman who seconded it.
That's fine. You need to rule.
The motion has been seconded, so.
The question is it out of order for being redundant?
You have to roll on that.
You have to rule.
I see it as being different, so therefore I will allow it to be voted on.
Discuss who makes the motion.
Anyone?
Can I
discussion?
have the floor back? Because I never give it up.
Discussion.
So I'm going to go through my comments.
Well, a motion has just
There
been
is a
made and
motion.
seconded.
And we're in
so now
discussion.
discussing the motion.
Absolutely.
discussion,
We're in
yeah.
discussion. Mac, I heard what you said, and I do not feel that you need to bring back to the board work item 1 on future board discussion items. I thought as a board, we made it clear that we trusted staff when we made the motion to go off and create a plan for capital and to bring it back to us. And so I don't feel that we need work sessions on that.
So does that mean you're withdrawing the comments you made previously on that? You've
That
spent a time discussing work item number 1, work plan items.
Right.
I'm
And
sorry.
now you're saying you don't feel the need to review it.
I'm sorry. I'd like to make a point of order.
Now, in his expository comments, in that agenda item.
I'm sorry.
he's-
I'm interjecting with a point of order.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't feel like this part of the conversation is germane to the motion that was put on the floor.
Agreed.
I'm discussing the item that's, all the items related to the motion. I don't,
No,
can you help me
we're asking,
understand?
the motion was that this in bulk would be moved, essentially, deferred and discussed and analyzed, deferred and discussed until March 13th.
It was, let me repeat that. Your motion is to use Mac's plan as the basis.
Using Mac's plan as a basis.
That's the difference in the motion
Yes,
with
it
the
is.
previous one.
And if I did not say the March 13 date, I do
You did.
amend, that was my intention.
Right.
So
Mr.
to have that
President.
discussion for March 13.
Okay.
Mr. President, point of
the
order.
floor
Does the secretary
comes
can the
back to me.
secretary read back the motion? The assistant secretary read back the motion.
The motion was to move to accept Mac's version of the annual work plan for consideration and to, I'm sorry, I was writing this on the slide, and to look at Director Justice's comments for discussion at the next meeting, which she just amended to March 13th.
Does that capture your motion, Director Dodd?
I'm sure that Brittany was planning to review the tape and capture the language, because I do think it's critical that into my motion that we are considering our discussions of the annual planning session by using Mac's submission as a framework to be
that's what you read.
augmented or amended by
That's the way
ideas
she read
brought
it.
up in Director Juszczyk's submission.
That's the way you read that. That was the motion.
So, can I was
ahead.
speaking against the motion.
I don't think we've determined whether or not the
But you were
the
going
conversation
through
we were having was
items
germane to
line
the.
by line, but
I am, because
But
the
I
motion
think-
is to use Max as a framework. And I don't believe we should be using Max as a framework. And
I
these
would
are the
like to ask
reasons
for the
why.
vote.
hold on, Margaret. Go ahead.
Okay. So for the second one, there is
Listen to the motion.
comments in here about looking at the association's fiscal year and looking at our annual assessment to be done on a quarterly basis. I don't think that either of those should be priorities of the association. I don't know that we have had members come to the association in enough quantity. I don't even know really where it's coming from. The board has never brought it up as something
I have.
that we're interested in. I do understand Director Perry, maybe behind the scenes, had brought up the quarterly
I
assessment
brought it
payment
up at a meeting
to
in public.
the staff.
Order.
But I think there are other priorities that we have related to the association's finances. And changing our fiscal year is a major change that it is not warranted for the association to spend time on.
Director Juszczyk, I feel compelled to come back to the motion. You are going through every single line item in the plan that Mac has presented. You're commenting on that. My understanding of the motion is to start with that and come back March 13 to see how these relate to this document that you just shared with us.
She's explaining why she's going to vote against the motion.
I understand.
In a painstaking way, but
Yeah.
she's
Do you
still
really
doing
want to
what-
go through
she's
every
still
line
doing
item
what
to
she-
explain to us how you're,
Yeah,
that you're
we're
voting
using
against this?
Yes, I do. Because
Okay,
I don't
how about
think
it?
that this is the basis for what our plan should
Okay.
be developed.
All right.
It is not the things that the board has brought forward over
Okay.
the last year.
All right. How many more items do you have to go through?
On page 8 of the plan, of the suggested items list, related to the board retreat and the role of the work sessions versus the board, I appreciate that Mac is offering to help the board, but I actually think that if the board is interested in these things, these are things that we need to be undertaking, and they're not things that staff need to be undertaking. They're board-related, only related items.
Okay.
And then on the land use program, Mac had put in his comments that an enormous amount of effort has been put into that, and that a work program has been put into that. And I don't know what that work program is, But I do know that the board made some moves to make land use important to us. And I do think that land use in the form of our advocacy is important, but I also already think that the board laid the foundation for what that looks like. And there shouldn't be a question here as to what that is.
Okay.
I would ask that the Parks Master Plan be clarified on, it's not just parks, it's facilities. And again, I appreciate your offer to talk to the board about it, but I think, again, if we really are going to try to work at a higher level, it's something that staff should do and bring back to us, and we don't need a bunch of work sessions to do. And the last one is the future of RA headquarters. I believe that that should not be on our work plan. I equally, and I know even board members in prior years have this on their mind. But I think that at this point, it's too far out to put on a 2025 work plan. I think that we could consider it for 27 maybe, but I think it's too early to put on a work plan. So I'll vote against the motion because I don't think that these are the priorities of the board.
Thank you. Brittany?
Director Berry sent a message and she's asking to call the question.
To do what?
Call the question, call the vote.
Call the motion.
I haven't had a chance to
We're
address the
still in
motion,
discussion.
Mr. President. We have one person address the motion, and then Director Perry. Any director should not be trying to cut off debate. I share many of the concerns, Mr. President. I have the floor.
Yeah.
I share many of the concerns that have already been previously raised. I won't repeat all of them. But I am not in favor of changing the fiscal year. The level of disruption to our community, the fiscal year is right where it needs to be because of the flow of expenses. You want your fiscal year to be when expenses are low, not when your expenses are high. I'm not in favor of a quarterly schedule. I run a quarterly schedule for my HOA, and the expense is a pain in the neck, and the number of people who become delinquent because of it being quarterly is a real burden to try and chase them down. Today, your assessment bill goes out in December. You have until March to pay it. So, and we don't have a huge delinquency problem. So I'm really not interested in spending a lot of time in that conversation. I'm moving on. All remaining pool facilities, we've already rehabilitated 8 of them, 9 of them. We've only got like 6 left, is my understanding. So that's 6 left over a period of time. I'd like us to have a better definition of the problem. I'm over on page 8. A code of conduct between board members. We spent 5 years at this board trying to come up with that. And the reality is there cannot be one because there is no penalty, there's no sanction other than removal, and that takes a referendum. So I'm really not interested in revisiting what was a futile effort for 5 years by a prior board. And the continued reliance on Robert's rules, that's in the governing documents. We can't, and if you're going to get rid of Robert's rules, well, what's your manual of procedure you're going to adopt? You can't just say, forget Robert's rules. You have to have something else, and you would have to amend the deed to get there. Again, I'm not interested in engaging in that exercise either. And then on the future of RA headquarters, because of my background as a real estate attorney, I have thoughts on this that suggest that along the lines of Director Juszak, but they're not appropriate for a discussion in open session, specifically given the fact that the owners of the property have submitted for an SSPA. Discussing this at this point, happy to have a further conversation if my fellow board members want to pursue it in executive session, because there's a negotiation advantage that I wouldn't want to give away by saying we want to talk about it now.
All right. Thank you. Could you repeat the motion again? What do you have?
The motion is to accept the CEO's annual planning work plan as the framework and to forward Director Dreshuk's input for consideration by the board and for discussion at the board meeting on March 13th.
Okay, we're ready to vote here. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We have,
Four.
Yeah, go for it.
yeah,
I'm not raising my, I'm sorry, again, point of order. I'm not raising my hand because I'm not clear on the motion. Because that, what I heard from the Assistant Secretary, with all due respect, was not what I seconded earlier, or is not what I heard when I was seconding earlier. What I heard was that we were going to use the CEO's list as the framework, and that we were going to go back and do an analysis of the list. Staff and the board were going to do an analysis of Director Juszczyk's list, and then come back and have a conversation on March 13th. Is that what we're voting on?
That would be a fair representation of my motion. I wish I had been writing at the same time I was speaking. I did not. And I don't have the tape at hand. All right, but I did say that we would harmonize her comments with the submission of the CEO.
using.
Both by the staff and the board.
Yeah,
And using Max as a framework.
as a framework, yeah.
And that would be the basis of our discussion at the March 13 meeting.
That is my understanding of the motion.
Is that?
That's now what I
That's-
heard.
yeah.
That's what I feel like I
That's what you
just said.
seconded.
Yes. Okay. If that's
So,
the case.
That is the
then-
case, that is the motion. All those in favor say aye. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed. Ashman Farrell and Josh the motion, we have 5 and 3. The motion passes. Thank you. Go ahead.
I move to include the list that
I'm sorry,
I gave.
I didn't understand that. I'm not clear on what the term harmonize mean. You've had an hour and a half's worth of conversation about not merging documents and merging documents, and
It's make an
just-
effort to harmonize and discuss that topic at the next meeting.
Oh,
So we
okay,
haven't
okay, discussion,
decided.
harmonized discussion, I'm sorry. I'm
That's to
sorry.
be discussed and motions to be made at the March 13 meeting. So I don't, there's nothing to act on
Yeah.
this except to just define the topic that will be
Thank
the
you.
basis of the
Yes.
next discussion.
Director Jeff, yeah. Go ahead.
I move to include the list of suggested items that I sent to the board in this board packet so that the members will have full view of them. Yeah, list, the
This
title of it is List of Suggested Work Plan Focus Items.
That was the document that was circulated just right.
Yes.
Second.
I'm sorry, what is the motion?
The motion is to put it in the minutes.
Oh, put it into the minutes, yes.
Yeah. The motion has been seconded. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you.
Item J.
Can I-
solid waste.
Mr. President, can I beg your indulgence?
Sure.
I just discovered that there does seem to be some lack of clarity about the motion that I made as to whether or not there is an assignment to the staff to take a look at both documents and attempt to harmonize them before the next meeting. And I admit that my motion was not clear on that point, so I do want the staff and the board members who voted to have a clear understanding. So I don't know if Travis wanted to make a
Yeah.
clarifying motion.
I'm not there yet, and I want to make sure that if I do, it's as clear as possible. Max, the assignment that we were giving Mac, from what I understood, and based on what I tried to clarify when I reiterated it earlier, was that Staff, we're going to put together a collection of notes based on, again, using Mac's list as the framework, but notes doing an analysis of Director Juszczyk's list to determine whether or not the list is basically a feasibility analysis of her list, and bring that analysis back to us so we can then work on it as a board in a work session on March 13th. Like there's an actual action.
And I would like to second that motion if it is something that staff feels they can understand and undertake.
I mean, if,
I
I was going to say,
I
if you guys
understood
heard that.
Yes, and that's how I understood after, I'm
Thank
sorry, I
you.
asked that question.
I
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item here. We have solid waste and leaf collection. Mr. Adams, thank you for your patience. Thank you for waiting.
Now we're going to torture him.
Before we start, does anyone want to roll their shoulders, stretch their arms?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So first, I'd like to thank the members who responded to the survey. We had a pretty robust response with 324 single-family detached members responding and
That's a good response.
50 clusters responding. So thank you to those members that responded. I did a video presentation that was rather lengthy. It was 23 minutes. So I'm happy to kind of turn it back to the board for questions. I will say that we outlined some opportunities and options for you all to consider in this discussion. So happy to take any questions that you all have as you all have gone through the presentation.
Okay. Let's open it for discussion here. Any?
I have a motion.
Sure.
I'm going to move that we direct staff to convey to the county our support for a Fairfax County trash program, and that the county seriously examine the possibility of having the county trash program in Reston operated through small tax district number 5.
Second.
What does that mean? Motion has been seconded. Any discussion on that?
Mr. President, I have been asked to explain my motion.
Please do.
It's always a dangerous thing, is asking me to talk more.
Well, I admit that.
It's done.
There you go. Well, but there you are. So, tax district number 5, small tax district number 5 is what most people call the Reston Community Center. And small tax district number 5 encompasses all of RA plus Reston Town Center and some other, Deep Woods and others. Every year they run about a $6 million surplus. And if we were to use small tax districts are allowed to manage solid waste. It's one of their authorized powers and activities. The current county proposal is to set up an entirely new bureaucracy with an entirely new fee schedule, funded separately. So, you know, now we're paying yet another tax. They're going out to another bureaucracy to do something that we already have the capability of doing right here, right now. And so, given that the county's interested in doing this, I don't think we need to pursue it anymore, which is why I'm making the motion that basically follows option 3. Previous to that, I was interested in coming up with an affinity program because there was no alternative. And I know that my cluster in particular, I know many others, suffered a 30% increase in the fees and a 50% cut in service. They went down to 1 week. So it was a real problem for the clusters, and we got hit with it in the middle of our budget years. With the county coming forward with this program, I would like us to express support for that program, but I don't want to support a new bureaucracy when we already have something in place. And just so everybody knows, small district number 5 taxes Reston Town Center, taxes all the commercial people. All the commercial property owners pay that small tax district number 5. I think if you look on your tax bill, it's like a nickel that we all pay, a little bit more, a little less than a nickel, 4.57 or something. And so I'm trying to get us to say to the county, use that use that mechanism that's already in place. Let's not invent a new one. That's the point of my motion.
And it's
Does
seconded.
that help? Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Doreen.
So I love the idea and want to flesh it out a little more because I can anticipate that one of the first responses that we will get, I served on the RCC board myself for a period, and I know that this is going to be seen as is this some way of threatening the RCC budget or their mission? And so I guess I just want to have a response when that concern is expressed.
So, Mr. President, this has already been discussed with some members of the RCC Board of Governors. And so this motion will not be news to them.
Oh, good.
Okay? That they have this power is already known to them.
Right.
So the object here is to say, let's not reinvent the wheel. We already have the mechanism to do it, and let us not lose control of this program to a bureaucracy at the county level. Because the proposal right now is to have the fees set at the county staff level, the county executive level. And having the fees set by small tax district number 5 enables us to have more control over the fees.
Yep, good. Everybody, yes, Director Johnson.
My only question, excuse me, my only question here is about the 5-year gap between, is it the 5-year gap between now and implementation? Because that's set for 2030. So we're good with waiting 5 years for this to happen?
Well, Mr. President, so the 5-year gap is to give the existing trash haulers a time to phase out. And also, and there's no reason why the small test district number 5 can't use the same 5-year phase out.
To ramp up.
So it's not trying to accelerate it. It's simply saying, don't give us another bureaucracy to feed. Use the one we already got.
Okay.
And that would be unique to just Reston, though, is that correct? So we would be carving ourselves out.
We would be asking for small test district number 5 in Reston. There are at least 4 others. McLean is one. They could use their small tax district in McLean and the other ones. So the idea is to say, hey, this is what the Reston community would prefer to see.
So essentially, you're asking for Reston as a community, with the small district. Essentially, you're asking that Reston, the small district number 5, be separated out from the entire county program, as would presumably others might ask for the same thing, who will fall into the same category.
Yep.
And what kind of reception is the county going to give to that proposal?
You won't know until you ask.
Oh, I know, but I mean, you've obviously done some exploration,
So I fully, Mr. President, with your indulgence, I fully anticipate that the bureaucrats at the county who are advancing this would not like the loss of control on setting the tax rate, but there's no reason they can't be providing support to small district number 5 Board of Governors in order to set the fee rate. But I really believe that this can be funded through the existing tax, and we don't need to pay any more when RCC is throwing off a $6 million surplus every single year.
Okay.
There's
So
more
you're-
than enough money to fund that.
And so I would also say that we know that efforts to incorporate Reston as a town have not succeeded and won't succeed because the General Assembly never wants us to go there, or we'll see. I can't predict the future. But this is a way, people look at Reston Association sometimes as if we are their local town government and we're responsible for everything. We are not. We're a large HOA. But we do already have this small tax district that provides services to a circumscribed area that includes Reston. And so using it to fulfill some of these needs that many people see as what a town government should do seems to me like the best way that Reston can proceed.
Your motion was seconded, correct?
It was.
It was seconded. I think we've had enough discussion. I really hear a consensus here. Let's just vote on this. All those in favor, say aye. We have, and then opposed, abstain. Margaret is abstaining, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 0, 1, and the motion passes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Any other questions?
No, I was just going to thank Kim. I thought we were able to jump to that conclusion because of the
Because of-
20 minutes worth of, and I say that lovingly, like, I did not understand this concept until it was laid out in that detail, so I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sure your heart's
Mr.
broken.
Adams,
You don't get to spend
you're
more
welcome.
time.
Cam, just one comment from my perspective. That analysis is really good. You guys did, it just shows. Good work, really. Yeah. Yes.
So I just want to clarify as part of the report, there was some research done on RA becoming basically the trash hauler. And that was never part of the board's intent, was to make RA the trash hauler. So that scares me a little bit because it's in the report that our members can see, but that was not the motion that the board passed. And then I would just ask, Director Santa asked if Cam could go over a couple questions and that she would watch on the tape afterwards. And I was wondering if you could address those. And I'll try to bring up the email if you don't have them.
You could throw it out to me. I think her first question was about what would the affinity program kind of look like in terms of moving forward with it. We really didn't go into specifics because I think the team really wanted to focus on what road you all wanted to go down. But certainly, as you could probably see from the report, I was broad intentionally. Because if there was that opportunity that the board wanted to investigate an affinity type program, I didn't think that the haulers should have certain information relative to what we collected. But suffice it to say, a general consensus could be that you would need to invite all of the haulers into a meeting in which you showcase exactly the intent of what an affinity type program would be. And then potentially solicit from them their interest as well as potentially an RFP in which they would stipulate kind of what number they're looking for in terms of guaranteed users that then would reduce the discount of what the service that is being provided, or a la carte, for example, which was one of the pros to the affinity type program. We often saw in the survey that there were opportunities for users to receive, let's say, what was inconsistent across some of our associations with some clusters received, 68-gallon totes as an added benefit to their contract and some didn't, but they were receiving the same service. And so that would be an a la carte service that we could try to work with the haulers to try and present as an opportunity for discount. So those with larger families or, additional users could benefit from that as an a la carte service. So basically, in my opinion, there would need to be a guaranteed number of users that we are providing these haulers. And so their response to us would be proposing at 2,000 users, this is what we can guarantee as a rate to lock in. Of course, this would require a lot of staff time. As you saw from the cons list or the drawbacks, there will be a large budgetary implication, such as staff involvement, oversight engagement, because this would be a large undertaking. Based on the survey results that we received and the comments we received, many respondents wanted Reston Association to use the power of numbers as a way to garner support or discounts for their services. So that would be kind of a start to looking at an affinity type program. I will say that this is a service. It is not a product. It is not similar to the Sherwin-Williams program that we created. There is some cons to creating an opportunity where Reston Association is garnering a service that will require ongoing participation from RA staff to ensure that if there is this expectation that service is supposed to be at this level and I'm paying this and I'm only using this because RA garnered this for us, there's that relationship that will need to kind of be flushed out. So there will be some sort of opportunities for Reston Association staff to need to participate in those conversations, or at the very least, there would be an expectation.
So the second question she had was, since the haulers don't provide leaf removal, and I believe the county option also is not looking at leaf, they're only doing trash. She said, I would like, with the support of my peers, to reach out to local leaf removal vendors to gather details of a potential affinity program. And so then I would motion to direct staff to, or direct the CEO to continue to look at an affinity program type arrangement, but only for leaf removal.
Is there a second?
Is there a second on that?
Yes, I seconded it.
Is there any discussion?
So I guess my question is, it sounds like there's a desire to keep this work effort ongoing. And having spent a substantial amount of time trying to understand exactly what everybody wanted over several months here, I guess I'm questioning the prioritization of this, as we just had 2.5 hours of conversation on highest priorities for the association. So Mr. Adams' primary job is to be the covenants director. I had him working on this largely because he has cluster connections, and it would have been impossible to bring back options to price out trash service without a number of connections. I would ask the board's indulgence, if you really want to do this, let me look at timing before there's an expectation set.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
The motion has been seconded.
Who seconded it?
Johnson.
Travis.
Okay. Speaking to the motion, Mr. President, I'm going to vote against it. It's rare that I disagree with my fellow director from South Lakes. Only because I believe that as this program gets developed at the county level, we will see leaf collection coming in. They may not start there, but I think they'll wind up there. And not so much because of Reston, but because of Oakton and Great Falls and Basin Neck and Clifton and all those other places where they really need to collect those leaves because of those 5-acre lots.
Okay.
So it's not something I would be opposed to revisiting once the program gets further developed, but I don't think we need to do it right now.
Let's vote on this. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
It's Izzy's motion. I was doing it on her behalf.
All those opposed?
Okay.
Okay.
She'll be happy.
I think the last one was about Tax District 5, which seems to have resolved
Recapture
itself.
that.
Yes,
And
that one
then-
has resolved itself because we did a motion on that one
Okay.
already.
And then the last one was coming back for March,
Yes,
but I
have it
think
on my list.
the letter is what
Do
you're
you-
looking for.
Do you think that her suggestion of coming back at the end of March, after we write a letter, is that a good time?
I'll defer to
Because
Mac.
I'm sure she would probably be flexible. However long you guys think a letter might take to circulate and get some feedback on is probably what she's
Can
looking
you
for.
remind us what this?
Let me clarify that. Is the intent of the motion that already passed that there would be a wordsmithing exercise on such a letter amongst the board? Or
I
just
don't-
authorize the spokesperson?
Mr. President, when I made the motion, my expectation is that the staff would write the letter and send it to the relevant bureaucrat and copy Supervisor Alcorn.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's my.
That's what we understood at the time,
That-
too.
that is the
Okay.
motion, yeah.
I don't need to see the letter.
I don't need to see it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams, again.
So you were going to answer my question, though. Is
End
that
of March, okay?
not have it done, after it's circulated, could we get an update? And she is suggesting March 27th. Do you think that is an appropriate date, or do you think we should look at another date?
I would think it would be at several months after that.
Okay.
You know,
Like June?
May.
June,
Yeah.
May?
At least May, but why don't we say no later than June?
No later.
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to know that they take notice tonight. That's fine.
Thank you, Cam.
Lori will be going, she don't care.
Okay. Moving along. Mr. Lusk, you're on the docket here.
Thank you so much.
At bat.
So I did a video early January, and then I thought I could do better, so I did a second video for this meeting. If you'll all indulge me for about 2 minutes, I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has.
I'm going to time you on this. 2 minutes.
Please do. Around a year ago, a couple directors came to me after we had a meeting about the project that I can't remember now. And they said to me, when are we going to start to implement the recreation facilities process? And I said, don't know what you're talking about. So we spent some time as staff sort of unearthing maybe some old processes that were put in place, taking a different look or a different spin at maybe how we could implement this process moving forward. And if you listen to the video or read through the materials, you can see my affinity for steps. But I think that what we've done is lay out a way to ensure that the board is never considering a contract for something that the community has not considered and that the board has not heard previous to considering a construction type contract. In my opinion, and I think what I've heard from others, is that when we get to the contract phase, we should have no questions about what we're talking about. It should be a done deal, 9-0 vote every time. So the one thing I'd like to point out, I think I'll take questions, but I'll skip over sort of the project process. I would like to talk a little bit about the levels of engagement that we've laid out from a communications perspective with Kara in the room. I hate to give her credit, but I will. In a previous life, when Kara and I worked together, we had a 6-step engagement guide. That was the Bible for what we used for all types of community engagement. That is probably a little robust for what we do here, but I think what we've laid out is 3 steps for types of projects and how we will communicate with the membership regarding those projects. So if you looked at the list, for things like trail paving, we wouldn't anticipate a robust community engagement process, but updates from a communication perspective. This is what's happening. This is when it's happening. Please be advised you may see equipment in your area. If we were looking at a tot lot type project that Director Farrell referenced earlier, we will look at something like a community survey. Last summer, we did a little survey. We put a QR code at 3 different playgrounds and got some feedback. And that's something that PrAC would be involved in. And then if you look through the case studies at the involved step for something like the Lake Newport tennis courts, we would hold 3 to 5 engagements or design charrettes or other items to allow the community plenty of time to give their feedback on the proposed project. So there were a few case studies in the second video. I think they sort of encapsulated what I was thinking about, but I'm happy to take any questions on the updated process. As an aside, PrAC has seen this twice. PrAC has endorsed the process. That's where we are.
Mr. President, I'm going to move to endorse the recreational facilities investment process as outlined in our materials.
Second.
And I want to speak to the motion. This connects, my fellow board members, to the PRC zoning amendment. Okay? Because we're saying to the county, we're big boys and girls. We engage our community. We get their feedback on our applications before we move forward with them. You can let us alone and not require us to spend $500,000 to go through the rezoning process. And to the extent that we do this faithfully, and I have every confidence in PrAC and in Mr. Lusk and in Kara, that we will faithfully follow this. But this is our defense against excessive intrusion by the folks over at the Panino building. Or no, excuse me, it's the Heritage Building. Thank you. We don't need them looking over our shoulder if we engage our community. We got that horrific decision on Barton Hills because the prior administration, and I don't mean the prior board, I mean the prior administration, didn't do it. And it left the community, I wish Director Santo was here, it left the community with no alternative but to ask for intervention by the county. And that intervention is going to be a disaster for this community. So I congratulate you on getting this done. I look forward to observing the engagement process and for us to have, I would encourage us to videotape it the first few times so that we can then take it to Supervisor Alcorn and take it to Planning Commissioner Carter and to the staff and go, see, we are already getting buy-in from our community. You guys can take a chill pill.
Thank you. Yes.
Great plan. One comment, I appreciated Julie Bitzer of PrAC saying, let's not call them tot lots. Let's call them playgrounds. Sure. It appeals to a wider sector of our membership.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Go ahead.
I just want to thank Peter for the many times that he engaged me individually. This was a very important initiative from my perspective. To speak to John's points, I felt like we really needed to show and believe in the process. And even last month, when we didn't get to this topic, I asked if he could add some case studies to the presentation so it could bring the plan to life and that we could really show our members, the county government, really what this process is going to look like and how robust it is. We had 2 plans before. They were, I think, frustrating from a staff perspective. They were frustrating from a board perspective. And now we have married them together beautifully. And I cannot wait until we run our first facility through it. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Mr. Lusk. Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. It is unanimous.
Wow.
Wow.
How about that?
Onward, yeah.
And it only took 5 minutes.
Onward and upward.
Okay,
Thank
so
We need, if with your indulgence, we need now to go back and adopt the PrAC work program as amended to
Thank you.
reflect the recreation investment facilities process that we just adopted. I so move.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor say aye. We have Perry, Dodd, Flashman, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? Abstaining?
I was
Mr.
not here for
Johnson?
the debate.
Yes, understood. Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. Mr. Lusk, you have the next one too.
Okay, thank you. Pickleball siting criteria. So some of you will remember around a year or so ago, I recommended a process by which we might cite pickleball courts. Before you tonight, in the video that I produced, talked a little bit about what some of the criteria may be if we're interested in citing additional pickleball courts. There is no decision to be made tonight on where we're putting new pickleball courts. There are no sites identified in the document. I wanted to be clear about that as well. What I think is important about this presentation is that this is what you are likely to see when we bring the facilities and recreation plan back sometime this year. This is an exercise that I think we can apply across our facilities. Criteria for what we're doing with our playgrounds, criteria for what we're doing with pools, what are we doing with tennis courts. I think this exercise brought to life what that plan may look like. So I'm happy to discuss pickleball siting as the topic in front of us that the video was about, but I also just wanted to point out that I think this type of exercise is what you'll see more of as we start to go down this planning road. Happy to take any questions.
Mr. President, I have a motion. I move to include the siting of pickleball courts in the park master plan process and report back to the Board of Directors with progress no later than December of 2025. And that's different from the motion in your binder, only because fourth quarter is budget time.
It is.
And I don't want to take up budget sessions with this conversation. It can wait until the December meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those,
I have some questions.
please.
You're using the 500-foot distance as a minimum. Why did the association, that is the Pickleball Association, abandon that, and what did they substitute it with, if anything?
Great question. So when I proposed this idea, my thought was that we would follow lots of those criteria. When I went back to find them, those criteria were gone. That's because the Pickleball Association was sick of being sued by organizations saying, you recommended 500 feet, I can hear it from my house. What the heck, was basically their thought. So what the US APA has done is said, we don't want to make this recommendation anymore because we don't want to be tied up in litigation anymore. So I recommended 500 feet as a minimum, as a place to start.
It is clear that it would be a minimum, not, it would depend on what?
So I think there's two answers to that question. The first one is it's going to be very hard in Reston to find a 500-foot setback. I think we all know that. I think the second piece is it would depend on, not to go down this road again, but we would have to do our diligence on sound studies and sound dampening and things of that nature. So I think if we're to go down that road, those are some items to consider. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, if we're going to go down this road at Lake Newport of a pretty robust engagement process, I would assume we're going to hear about pickleball at Lake Newport. So it might be a good time to bring this bed, test this criteria at that time. But I think we would have to go through all of the items we discussed, like sound dampening and sound studies and things, before we made that decision.
But it's clear that the 500 feet is a minimum.
That's correct.
Margaret?
Peter, I mean, by accepting this criteria, we're basically saying there will be no additional pickleball courts in Reston.
I don't know if that's true, Margaret. I think, I don't know if the first time around with this, we really did a great job of understanding what sound dampening might be able to do for us. You know, if we were to think about the previous site that was discussed, homes are above the courts in that location. What we found in some of the site visits, specifically when we went to Denver and looked at Highlands Ranch, they had homes that were near pickleball courts that were on the same plane and stopped receiving neighbor complaints once the sound attenuation was installed. So a lot of it is site dependent. That's why I try to make some of these criteria a little more general so that we don't have to box ourselves in that way.
But if the 500 feet is the minimum, and we have nowhere within Reston that meets that 500 feet minimum, we've just excluded pickleball, period.
So not
Am I
to,
incorrect?
so not to loop it all the way back around, but if we were to go through the process that we talked about on the last item, I think it would have to just be part of the conversation. If we did the engagement, we did our work and came back to the board and said, I know it's 479 feet, but we think with the attenuation and all of these other things, it could work. I think it's just about doing the diligence in the right time, but I think we use the 500 feet as the kind of the staple that USAPA had previously been using.
Okay, based on Director Irwin's insistence that 500 feet was the minimum, I just want to make, it seems to me if that's the minimum that we're setting, that you're going to get a response of, if you do not meet that minimum of 500 feet, you're out. The end, period.
I hear you.
Regardless of discussion.
I hear you, Margaret. I think we had to start somewhere.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. I don't know if I have a better answer than I think we had to start somewhere.
Go ahead.
I would ask unanimous consent to change the word parks to facilities master planning process in the motion. No objection. Okay, so my other comment is I will absolutely support the motion. I think that where the board really needs to take this besides this document is incorporating it into our DRB guidelines, because whenever we would have to bring up a pickleball court, we would have to go through the DRB. And I think that that's what makes them really serious. They would be in a resolution. So this is a presentation, we're accepting it, it stays in our board packet 3 years later. But I would suggest that we work with staff to put this into a DRB resolution and send it through the DRB process for them to vet, and if they approve the resolution, then it would come back to the board and then we could consider it. But I'll vote for the motion regardless whether you guys agree with me or not on going through the DRB.
Mr. President, can I inquire? Are you asking for that amendment now, or are you asking us to consider it later?
I'm not asking for an amendment at all. I'm suggesting that that is, if the board was very serious about this, that this is where they would take this project.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to speak against that consideration, if I may.
Well, it's not.
I understand, but she raised it, so I want to.
Yeah.
You let her speak? Thank you.
It's okay, you can, yeah, you have the floor.
DRB's function is to deal with appearance. And a lot of these criteria have nothing to do with appearance. And so I wouldn't give it to DRB, they're not qualified.
Okay. But it's obviously subject to future discussion on this, yeah. Okay, thank you. Was there a motion on this?
Yes.
Who- You seconded that? Yes. All those in favor, say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those opposing? Abstaining? It's 701, the motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second. Those in favor, say aye.
11 o'clock?
We have,
humbug.
yeah, what do we have here? We have Director Johnson, Farrell, myself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposing? Sorry, guys. Yeah, motion passes. 11 o'clock it is.
Mr. President, I think it's time for a motion for executive session.
Yes.
Mr. President, I move to convene an executive session to consult with legal counsel and discuss contractual and personal matters.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Director Juszczyk. Thank you, unanimous. Let's go into executive session. Thank you.
Hello, I am Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration, and this is a presentation focused on solid waste and leaf collection within Reston Association. At the request of the Board of Directors at their July 11, 2024 meeting, the Board made the following motion. Direct staff to examine the possibility of competitively bidding a solid waste and leaf collection contract for the cluster, condominium, and single-family homes to use and have that report to the Board in January of 2025. This presentation will serve as this report. For background, Reston Association does not provide or oversee any trash contract for any residential property with. Hello, I am Cam Adams, the Director of Covenants Administration, and this is a presentation focused on solid waste and leaf collection within Reston Association. At the request of the Board of Directors at their July 11, 2024 meeting, the Board made the following motion. Direct staff to examine the possibility of competitively bidding a solid waste and leaf collection contract for the cluster, condominium, and single-family homes to use and have that report to the Board in January of 2025. This presentation will serve as this report. For background, Reston Association does not provide or oversee any trash contract for any residential property within the association. As it is currently, each single-family detached non-cluster property is responsible for sourcing their own trash, recycling, yard debris vendor. In addition, most cluster or condominium associations have elected to take on the responsibility of finding a trash hauler or servicer to benefit their members and are usually covered or included in the cost of the cluster or condominium assessment. In 2022, Fairfax County residents were impacted by a countywide issue impacting private haulers eligible to service our areas, primarily due to labor shortages. Due to labor shortages, a few haulers went out of business, and as a result, many homeowners and associations experienced reduction in services with no change in pricing. Over the years, county residents have vocalized concerns regarding inconsistent pricing, inconsistent services, and reduction in previously offered services by the private haulers. In order to be a trash hauler within Fairfax County, a hauler must be qualified and eligible through the standards and permitting requirements established by the county. As of now, there are approximately 22 trash haulers countywide which are eligible to service our community. Based on the recent input from the Reston Association members, we have confirmed there are currently 9 companies actively serving the RA community. Those include American Disposal, Bates Trucking, Champion Services, Elite Disposal and Dumpster Services LLC, KMG Hauling, Patriot Disposal Inc., Republic Services, Trash Away, and Waste Management. A small note, Waste Management provides service to condominium associations, but primarily does more commercial business settings. RA itself uses Waste Management for our trash removal services. For each trash hauler, they consistently provide the same service or potential service options. Most, if not all, haulers provide opportunities for trash, recycling, and yard debris pickup. Depending on the contract, some haulers also include, either within the contract at no additional cost or for a nominal fee, bulk services, where members can arrange pickup for larger items. One service not provided by trash haulers that are private would be leaf collection. Many community members find vacuum leaf removal a desirable service, similar to other locales in our area that allow leaves to be raked into the piles in the street right away for eventual pickup on a routine schedule. However, no private haulers provide this service. The only trash hauler entity currently providing this service within our area is Fairfax County. Community members may find opportunity for vacuum leaf removal in for-hire companies such as landscape companies, which many of our sub-associations utilize and are included in their landscape contract for common area leaf removal. Recently, 51 homes, now known as the Reston Area 1 Sanitary District, went through a petition and approval process permitted by the county to be added to the county's solid waste collection area, which for an annual user fee, the county will provide curbside trash, curbside recycling, curbside yard waste, and up to 5 free special pickups. This user fee is posted on their real estate tax assessment bill annually. These homes are on Antry, Cantor, Deerdale, Tack Lanes, and Old Wick Court here in the Hunters Woods Dogwood District. The Board of Supervisors voted at the end of 2024 and approved the petition, and service began January 1st, 2025. Additionally, when properties are serviced by the county, they are eligible to participate at an additional cost for vacuum leaf collection as an add-on service. The cost of the service is based on the assessed individual property value and billed as a separate item on the real estate tax bill. The current assessed rate is almost 2 cents per $100 of the home's assessed value. So for example, if a home is assessed at $500,000, the owner will pay $95 per year for vacuum leaf collection services. Over several months, Reston Association staff drafted and released a basic survey to collect some data points to assist the board in their discussions on this topic. Staff created 2 separate surveys, one for single-family detached non-cluster properties and one for cluster condominium associations. The reason for the separate surveys was to ensure we captured the specific data points, since we have 171 sub-associations which majority provide trash collection services for their members, which is included in their assessment to the cluster condominium. We received 324 individual single-family home responses and 48 cluster or condominium association responses. In addition, we were able to obtain a copy of approximately 19 contracts to review and be familiar with the scope of the contract, typical contract lengths, and pricing methodology. Some quick observations from our survey include some clusters do not provide trash service. Current trash contracts may take transitioning or may make transitioning difficult. Support from Reston Association was desired, and some members enjoy handling their trash disposal without a company. We will begin with the single-family detached non-cluster homes. With approximately more than 300 responses from single-family detached non-cluster association properties, we can see that of the haulers servicing the Reston Association single-family detached homes, American Disposal and Republic Services are used by majority of the respondents to the survey, with a small number using Champion and Patriot, and many members choosing to handle trash hauling themselves. From the data collected, we could also provide annual costs and compare them against the typical services provided for all single-family detached home respondents. Based on the data we collected, we know that of those that responded to the survey, 193 respondents have once per week trash recycling yard debris pickup. As you can see from the chart, we compiled all of the responses for each of the 4 options presented. Those include once per week trash and recycling, once per week trash recycling and yard debris, once per week trash only, and twice per week trash recycling and yard debris. The quarterly cost of each service is an average of the responses per service request. Starting with American Disposal, for the most part, pricing for American Disposal users were consistent with one another based on each level of service. There were unique variations identified, which include, on Huntinghorn Lane, there were 3 respondents receiving the same service option. However, the quarterly cost of the service ranged from $120 to $169. On York Mills Lane, there were 3 respondents receiving the same service option. However, the quarterly cost of the service ranged from $160 to $222. However, comparatively, an additional respondent living on York Mills Lane receiving the same service as the other 3 respondents, but using Republic's services, was paying $116 per quarter. Next, with Republic services, again, for the most part, pricing for Republic services users were consistent with one another based on each level of service. There were some unique variations identified, which include on Taffrail Court, there were 2 respondents receiving the same service options. However, the quarterly cost of the service ranged from $109 to $248. On Owls Cove Lane, there were 2 respondents receiving a similar service option. However, the quarterly cost of the service ranged from $112 to $204. Next, with Champion, Patriot, and Self-Disposal, Champion users reported pricing consistent with one another based on each level of service. In fact, the range of prices reported was from $28 to $32 per month. Only 1 respondent reported using Patriot and reported paying $55 per month. Both Champion and Patriot users reported monthly payment as an option. No users reported being able to pay quarterly or annually. 9 respondents reported handling trash independently, with visiting a local landfill area to dispose of their trash. Next, we will go into the responses received from our cluster and condominium associations. With approximately 50 responses from Reston Association cluster and condominium associations, we can see that the 9 haulers servicing our sub-associations, American Disposal and Republic Services are used by majority of the associations, with 13 associations using American and 17 associations using Republic Services, with a small number of associations using Patriot, Champion, and Trash Away. Thanks to the many of the associations providing a copy of their contracts, we were able to determine the typical contract length for trash service ranging from 2 to 3 years, with automatic renewals without notice of termination. Many of the contracts require notice of termination or notice for termination and have a substantial monetary penalty for early termination. As we can see from the image on the screen, the respondents reported various service level options currently being provided. American, Patriot, and Republic all offer each of the most popular service options, which is once per week, twice per week, or 3 times per week trash service. Twice per week trash service appears to be the most popular service for our sub-associations, with 24 associations receiving twice per week trash service. Now, looking at the annual cost, the dots on the map represent each individual response per association that responded to the survey. This slide represents all associations that responded. As you can see from the data points, smaller size associations have similar annual costs, and generally, the larger the association, the annual costs will increase. However, we know that the cost is ultimately dependent on the unit size as well as the service offered. Some of the outliers on this slide include 2 condominium associations with 148 and 448 units. These associations have more of a unique service, such as being picked up 3 times per week and having trash rooms in the building which require more manual labor than curbside pickup with trash cans. Now let's get into observations by hauler. For American Disposal, our observations include the following. For condominium associations, we know the service provided are more unique as mentioned in the previous slide. For example, Waterford Square Condominium has trash compactors, and Hunters Woods Village condominiums have trash collected outside each of its 32 entrances that may be pulled out by trash porters on pickup days. These services are unique and therefore come with additional costs. For cluster associations, the annual cost with American is comparable based on the unit count. However, some cluster associations are receiving more bang for their buck, as the associations are paying the similar annual cost, but the services are different, meaning once per week trash versus twice per week trash. There are some unique variations identified, which include there are 2 associations with 80 and 82 units, both in different districts receiving similar trash services. However, these 2 associations were paying a difference of $4,200 annually. Another example, associations with 42 and 48 units, same district, receiving similar trash services. However, these two associations were paying a difference of $7,500 on an annual basis. For Republic Services, our observations include the following. For condominium associations, again, we know that these services provided are more unique as mentioned in the previous slide. However, there are some unique variations identified, which include there are 2 condo associations with 135 and 155 units receiving different number of weekly pickups. However, these 2 associations were paying a difference of less than $2,000 annually. Another example, there is a condominium with 193 units, which was receiving similar service to the condominium association with 135 units, but the annual cost was $13,000 more. For cluster associations, the annual cost with Republic Services is comparable based on the unit count. For example, there are 2 associations with identical unit counts of 47 units, both in the same district, receiving the same trash service, and the annual cost difference was less than $1,000. Even with different services, associations with small unit counts, generally 15 to 28 units, are paying an average of $7,700 per year for trash service. In fact, associations with unit counts 18 to 28 units in the same district are within $2,000 of the annual cost difference. For Patriot, our observations include the following. There were no respondents for condominium associations that use Patriot. For cluster associations, the annual cost with Patriot is comparable based on the unit count. There was one unique variation identified. There are 2 associations with 64 and 66 units in different districts receiving the same trash service. However, these 2 associations were paying a difference of $5,200 on an annual basis. For Champion, our observations include the following. There were no respondents for condominium associations that used Champion. For cluster associations, the annual cost with Champion is comparable based on the unit count to the other haulers, but depends on the service pickups happening each service, and the annual cost difference was less than $1,000. Even with different services, associations with small unit counts, generally 15 to 28 units, are paying an average of $7,700 per year for trash service. In fact, associations with unit counts 18 to 28 units in the same district are within $2,000 of the annual cost difference. For Patriot, our observations include the following. There were no respondents for condominium associations that used Patriot. For cluster associations, the annual cost with Patriot is comparable based on the unit count. There was one unique variation identified. There are 2 associations with 64 and 66 units in different districts receiving the same trash service. However, these 2 associations were paying a difference of $5,200 on an annual basis. For Champion, our observations include the following. There were no respondents for condominium associations that used Champion. For cluster associations, the annual cost with Champion is comparable based on the unit count to the other haulers, but depends on the service pickups happening each week. There was one unique variation identified. There are 2 associations with 50 and 52 units in different districts receiving similar trash service. However, these 2 associations were paying a difference of $2,600 on an annual basis. Similar being one association included yard debris in their service. For final observations for other haulers and additional comments, they include, for Trash Away, we had one unique observation. There are 2 associations with non-comparable unit sizes. The units were 48 units and 72 units. They were in different districts receiving the same service, but the annual cost difference was less than $2,000. Waste Management, KMG, Elite, and Bates had no other respondents to evaluate costs amongst each respondent using that hauler. Other observations are most sub-associations are receiving similar service, similar pricing, with a few exceptions, and it is clear that there is no clear methodology or consistency in how haulers price trash service. However, there could be impacts not accounted for, especially for cluster associations, in terms of the length of the contract, built-in costs, and even the types or sizes of the totes. As of now, staff is presenting 3 potential options for the board to discuss further. Those options include RA and the haulers entering into a contractual relationship, 2, RA creating an affinity or discount type program with the haulers for RA members, or 3, continuing to engage with the county officials regarding the Unified Sanitation Districts and their recent plan. It is important to note that none of the options above currently include vacuum leaf removal, as private haulers do not currently provide that service. However, the association could most certainly establish an agreement with concurrence from General Counsel with a private company to receive a guaranteed rate for RA members who could benefit from this service. Option 1 would include the opportunity for Resident Association to enter into a contractual relationship with one or multiple trash haulers to provide services on behalf of the members. Resident Association has consistently not gotten into handling trash services for residential properties over the years for various reasons, but should the board decide to re-engage in that discussion, here are some items to discuss. Benefits could include members could receive better cost savings if RA were to have a contract for trash services. RA would have more control and input, there would be less trucks on the roadway, and trash could be included in the assessment as opposed to a separate bill. However, the drawbacks could include substantial budgetary implications, as most contracts will include fuel surcharges, damages, and tipping fees, as well as the potential for different assessment rates. The need for contractual oversight by potentially adding additional staff to manage calls, concerns, and issues. This does not include vacuum leaf removal unless other opportunities with different vendors are available. Due to RA size, one hauler may not be enough or lack of proposal submissions due to potential issues with servicing such a large community, which in essence is losing the ability to control service if multiple haulers are introduced. Option 2 would include the opportunity for Resident Association to enter into a discount program or agreement type relationship with one or multiple trash haulers to garner better savings, added perks, and or guaranteed rates for those members or associations interested. Resident Association has the ability to build an opportunity to use a potential number of home service as a method in which the value of the assessment paid by members may increase. Benefits to an affinity discount type program could include better savings for members, and increased opportunities for added a la carte type benefits such as free trash totes or larger totes at no additional costs. However, the drawbacks could include large budgetary implications, as this will require staff involvement, engagement, and oversight. Establishing this type of program will require managing and oversight of the process, especially at the start. This could appear as though Resident Association could be addressing concerns which may arise between the hauler and the member or association. This is not a product, this is a service. So similar to our discount program with Sherwin-Williams, this is a product and not a service. There may be no real oversight to ensure members are receiving good service. And this does not include vacuum leaf removal unless other opportunities with different vendors is available. The final option would include the Fairfax County Unified Sanitation District program. According to the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services, this program was created to create and institute unified sanitation districts or USD models to streamline waste and recycling collection across the country. Benefits to the county program could include vacuum leaf removal would be possible. The service is managed 100% by the county, even though they are using private haulers. The potential cost savings to members with an adjustable pricing model, and a reduction of trucks on the roadways. However, the drawbacks could include the program is not yet established fully and approved and would not be set to commence until 2030. The cost savings may not be materialized for members for some unique instances. There is a need for further clarification for the program, and the association will have no control over service or changes being implemented. To provide more information background on the USD's program, the image on the slide gives an overview of the program. Division Director of the Solid Waste Management Program and DPWES Director Matt Adams said that the model could lead to better resource allocation, technological advancement, improved customer service, and lower collection costs. The Department of Public Works and Environmental Resources predicts competitive pricing could result in annual cost savings of 25% for residents. According to Director Adams, the Unified Sanitation District model would be phased in from 2030 to 2034 with 300,000 single-family residences. Implementation of the more complex system for multifamily and commercial customers would be done from 2038 to 2045. With this program, DPWES is also proposing a flexible payment model based on the size of trash carts. Customers with less trash can use a smaller cart and pay less, which Director Adams referred to as pay as you throw and waste less, save more. A 95-gallon bin will be the standard size, but customers could opt for a 64 or 32-gallon container. A much smaller bin would be used for food scraps collected for composting. Another bin would be used for yard waste, which would be collected at no additional fee. As mentioned earlier, this program has not been approved and is evolving, so we intend to continue to monitor and engage with the county on their next steps and process. As of now, we recommend the board continue to monitor and follow the county program. The county is actively working on an outreach campaign and will continue to update the USD web pages when new information becomes available. According to the timeline, the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services publicized engagement with haulers on the program is tentatively scheduled for this spring, with additional outreach to residents, including a future public hearing and then a decision by the Board of Supervisors. From staff's perspective, there appear to be some further clarifications needed on this program, which we hope to receive as we continue to engage with county staff. Answers to some of the questions, such as locations of potential USDs, clarification on home types, impacts to community associations being under contract with private haulers, and so much more are important for this association to understand as we continue conversations, as depending on the answer, there may be impacts to residents and/or our sub-associations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an overview. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Hello, this is Peter Lusk, the Chief Operating Officer with the Reston Association. This presentation is to provide an overview of the new proposed recreation facilities investment process. This video is an update from the previously posted video in January 2025. This new procedure is a revision of the previous process that was put in place by the Recreation Facilities Working Group and is designed to remove the current Key Decision Point or KDP process that is currently being used by staff. This new process includes a guide for community engagement, delineates the processes involved to include the board of directors in decision-making for recreation investments, and includes decision-making prior to the time of contract approval. On this slide, we see the original recreation facility investment process. This process begins by identifying the needs of the Reston community and using a matrix to evaluate an investment of over $500,000. One of the reasons for making tweaks to this process is that the Reston Association recently completed a community survey. That survey clearly articulates the needs of the community. This process also contemplates if community engagement is required and if a facility should be kept in business by RA. These decision points are also included in the updated process you'll see on future slides. The updated process allows for a more linear workflow and includes additional options for community engagement based on the size of the investment. This slide demonstrates the current key decision point process that RA staff were using to plan touchpoints with the board of directors regarding capital projects. While this process provides an efficient delivery method for capital projects specifically, it does not include opportunities for community engagement or opportunities for evaluation of a facility to be reviewed by the board of directors. The new process that you'll see on the next slide eliminates the KDP process, meaning the board will no longer see this slide as part of the process for community engagement or for capital projects. So what you're seeing now on the screen is the updated recreation facilities investment process. The new process includes 4 steps: initiate, engage, evaluate, and execute. In step 1, or the initiate step, projects are identified through the CIP, reserve study, or other means. Then, projects are identified as being included in this process due to being over $500,000. Another reason a project may be included in this process is a recreational amenity identified in the CIP that's less than $500,000, but is heavily used by the community, like a playground or a tot lot or a court. The initiate process may also include approved engineering drawings prior to getting to the engage step. In step 2, or the engage step, staff plan community engagement regarding a project. Engagement types are detailed on the next slide and may include communications to the membership, consultation through surveys or other means, or involvement through design charrettes or site visits. Engagement types are dependent on the project type and the level of investment in the project. In step 3, or the evaluate step, the board receives an overview of the feedback heard through community engagement sessions. The board will hear if feedback from the community includes keeping or removing an amenity, or if additions or alterations to the project have added budget or scope. The key to step 3 is ensuring that the board hears community feedback prior to being presented with a contract for approval. In step 4, or the execute step, the board will receive a contract for approval for staff to execute the project. By this time, contract approval should be a formality, and the board should be prepared to make a decision to move forward with the project. The Park and Recreation Advisory Committee has reviewed this process at the October and December meeting in 2024. The committee voted to endorse this process. As staff, we work to develop a community engagement guide for the recreation facilities investment process. This is a 3-step engagement process that was created to provide guideposts for projects within the association. The communicate engagement method is for maintenance projects that do not meet the $500,000 threshold, and that will include communication only to the membership. A good example of a project of this nature would be trail paving. We would not anticipate speaking to the membership about how to pave a trail, but would like to keep them informed as to the status of the project. The consult engagement method is for projects that may meet the $500,000 threshold, but will include 1 to 2 engagements with the community, even if the project does not meet that threshold. An example of this type of engagement could be tot lots. In 2024, staff produced a survey that engaged with the members around 3 playgrounds regarding their use of the playground. This is a good example of the consult engagement method. The involve engagement method is for projects that exceed the $500,000 threshold and will require 3 to 5 engagement opportunities with the community. The involve step will be an iterative process between the community, staff, and the board of directors. Staff believe that this new process is inclusive of the community and will allow for the board of directors to hear the community's thoughts prior to approval of any project or contract. Since the last update provided on this effort, staff have put together 2 case studies for projects less than and greater than $500,000. The first case study discusses tot lots that were approved in the 2024 Capital Improvement Program. These tot lots include Coltsbrook, Sanibel, and Purple Beach. While the investment in these tot lots does not eclipse the $500,000 investment mark, PRAC and staff believe that engagement should take place with the community when replacing tot lots within the association. In this case, the initiate, engage, evaluate, and execute steps are outlined regarding tot lot replacement. The projects were identified in the 2024 CIP, meaning the work was initiated. Staff created a brief survey for the community surrounding these tot lots using the consult engagement method. During the evaluate stage, survey results were shared with PRAC for PRAC to evaluate and make recommendations regarding additions or subtractions that we heard through the community engagement process. This information is yet to be presented to the board of directors. The board should plan to see this information sometime in March. When it's time to execute the project, Staff will present the Board of Directors with a contract for the work, having previously seen the information from the surveys to understand the full scope of the project. In the second case study, we take an opportunity to look at a larger scale project that is north of the $500,000 investment mark, the Lake Newport Tennis Project. Funding for the Lake Newport Tennis Project is included on this slide and is over $1.5 million. In this case, the project has been initiated and identified in the CIP. Staff have chosen the involve engagement method to include 3 to 5 community meetings regarding the project. These meetings are planned to take place at the tennis courts or on site to ensure everyone understands the full scope of the project. In the evaluate stage of this project, staff will bring community feedback to the Board of Directors to include any potential change in the scope to the project prior to submitting to the county for necessary approvals to complete the work. In the execute stage of this project, staff will present the Board of Directors with a contract for approval, having received all approvals from Fairfax County, and the board should have a full understanding of the scope of the project prior to contract approval. Thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any questions.
Hello, this is Peter Lusk, Chief Operating Officer with the Reston Association. The following presentation is a first step in discussing siting of pickleball courts in Reston. The presentation focuses on draft criteria for considering new courts in Reston and how these criteria could be applied in the future. So how did we get here? Following discussions after the Barton Hill project, staff proposed pickleball siting criteria as a next step in discussing the future of pickleball in Reston. At that time, the Board of Directors directed staff to develop criteria for siting courts in Reston and to return to the Board of Directors to begin this conversation. Why is siting criteria important? When siting amenities in a community such as pickleball courts, a systematic approach to planning and selecting an area for this amenity for the community allows for greater transparency into the selection process. Siting criteria will be discussed throughout this presentation, including multiple aspects such as setback criteria, number of courts, size of the site, existing amenities, sound dampening efforts, and environmental considerations. In this presentation, you will hear the first draft of criteria that staff have selected for Board of Directors consideration. It is important to note that this presentation and the staff process did not include identification of any new locations for pickleball in Reston. Our first criteria is setback criteria. The United States Pickleball Association previously recommended a 500-foot setback from all pickleball courts to surrounding homes. While this recommendation is no longer in place, staff are recommending using this as a baseline for siting courts in Reston. A second criteria is the court size and number of courts. Number of courts should be considered when evaluating sites for pickleball. It is best practice, typically, to include a minimum of 4 courts when creating a pickleball facility. This requires around 10,000 square feet of space and should be considered when siting pickleball courts. A third consideration are sound dampening efforts. Best practices have evolved over time since pickleball became popular in the Northern Virginia area around 10 years ago. Consideration of siting pickleball courts in Reston should include sound dampening efforts. While this isn't necessarily a criteria for siting courts, it will have effects on the potential budget of a project and should be considered throughout the pickleball planning effort. One of the strongest criteria included in this draft is the current existence of amenities required to host pickleball at a current site. Courts are known to bring large quantities of players, so the consideration of existing amenities listed below is important. Some of these amenities include parking, bathroom access, water fountain, shade structures, seating areas. Others could include access to electricity, things of that nature. We know that pickleball will bring crowds, so having these amenities available for any new courts is an important consideration. The last consideration in our draft criteria are environmental considerations. Any siting effort for a recreational amenity should include environmental considerations. Some of these considerations would include proximity to a resource protection area, or RPA, tree considerations, and existing animal habitat. To recap, this presentation included 5 criteria to be considered for discussing new potential pickleball courts in Reston. These criteria included setback criteria, court size and number of courts, sound dampening efforts, considerations of existing amenities, and environmental considerations. As mentioned previously in this presentation, staff have not initiated an effort to apply these criteria to existing courts or other spaces within Reston. This was merely an exercise to provide information to our board of directors to begin a conversation about potentially thinking about pickleball courts in the future. Staff recommend including the siting of pickleball courts in the parks master planning process funded in 2025 and 2026, ultimately to make a recommendation to the board of directors. Thank you for listening. I look forward to answering any questions.
right, we are back.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, ready, we're back in open session now.
Mr. President, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a personnel matter involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous of all. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to ratify and approve the personnel decision reached in executive session as it pertains to the CEO.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. We have Director Johnson, Dodd, Perry, Self, and Grywatch. That's 2, 4, 5. Those opposed? We have Director Juszczyk, Flashman, and Farrell. Motion passes.
Mr. President, I move to suspend Resolution 13 as it pertains to the presentation of the annual review to the CEO and direct President Mapar and Director Johnson to conduct the review.
Second.
I believe I heard you say Board and Association Operations, Resolution 13.
That's correct. Thank you.
And I believe you meant to say presentation of the review as opposed to the review itself.
Presentation of the review.
Thank you.
They have such sharp hearing.
Is there a second?
I second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, Dr. Farrell. Which way are you pointing?
I did.
Okay, thank you. And those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the agenda for the February 27th meeting as it appears in our printed materials, with the exception, oh, wait a minute, yeah. With the exception of item G, which I think we took care of tonight.
Item G, and if we could also add, the triathlon has to come for approval. Sorry, the triathlon is going to come for approval.
So we'll put in the triathlon as opposed to
Consent.
turf lane.
Goes on consent.
We would put it on consent. Recently, they've been removed.
I've been taking it off consent
Yeah, right.
every time, so it's.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
And I'm happy to have the triathlon put in before the CEO update, so they don't have to hang around
Okay.
a whole lot.
Yep. Is there a second?
I have more.
Can we just,
Do we really need a Parks Master Plan overview? And again, I'd like to call it facility. Is there something that we're trying to achieve by having that board topic? Or is it okay for staff to move forward with that project and come back when they're ready to present something for us to make a decision on or take
So-
action on, or?
Could I suggest a substitute?
Yeah.
Perhaps? Having just talked through the rec process tonight, last year's playgrounds in the CIP have gone through the process that we talked through tonight. So next meeting may be a good test case for how this process is working, and we can do that for 25 or 30 minutes maximum as a substitute.
So item H would be
Present
what?
playground.
2024 playground, 2024 funded playground improvements.
Hang on a minute, but it's the.
The recreation facilities investment process?
Rec facilities.
Investment
Investment process.
regarding playgrounds.
Sure.
Process report.
Yeah.
On playgrounds.
No, I'm gonna do it.
Why do we need to spend 25 minutes of meeting time discussing that?
So what it would be is an overview of the engagement with the community that was done, the updates they proposed, consequences regarding funding, if we were to do
Peter,
those improvements.
can I suggest, is it possible to do a video on that and then come back with some?
Totally. Why don't we do a video in 15 minutes, something like on the agenda?
And then we could ask questions.
Totally.
So it could be
Right.
information.
thank you.
Right, sure.
Yeah, thank
So,
you.
so then item H would be 2024 playground rec facilities investment process report would be item H.
Okay.
And item G would be the triathlon authorization. And that would be my motion for the agenda for the next. Did you have something else?
I have, we haven't had a secretary's report, and I heard that Izzy
Yeah,
would like to have
thank
it
you. I
on
was
the
gonna-
agenda.
Yeah.
And then we have the Land Use Committee and the Fiscal Committee both have motions that they are asking the board to take up. And it's been a couple meetings now, so I'd like to have those taken up at the next
You want to do
meeting.
those before the executive session?
I don't care when you put them.
Yeah.
So then to add, an I would be the secretary's quarterly report, J would be the land use committee recommendations, and the K would be the fiscal committee recommendations, and then, what do we got there? And then that's K. L is the executive session. M would be new business.
I have an addition.
Wait, I've got a secretary who wants me to straighten up and fly right.
Secretary Santa asked Director Mapar to place the secretary update on the March 13th agenda.
For the fourth quarter of last year?
That's what her
That's what she
request
asked
was.
for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it
That's
was this
late.
next
No,
meeting.
no, it was March. Yeah.
Okay.
So secretary is not.
Yeah, because, yeah.
In place of the secretary's report, I'd like to discuss the modifications to Operations Resolution 1 that I've been slowly socializing around the board, and the rest of the board will get a copy of
I
tomorrow.
haven't seen it. And
You haven't yet, but
Yeah, and I'd like more than 2 weeks to look at it.
I'm sorry, well, why do you need more than 2 weeks to look at that?
Well, because I'd like to review it, and I'd like to come up with substitute motions if necessary, and circulate them to my board members so that they have the benefit of them.
Do we need to take a vote on this?
I'm sorry?
I asked if we need to take a vote on this. Because I mean,
He's in the middle of a motion, so my suggestion
It's amended.
would be, let's finish this motion since he's not going to put your request in the motion, and then you make a motion.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Or does
Let's
that
do
make
that.
sense?
It does.
Yeah. Margaret, go ahead.
John, I'm sorry, I'm making sure I heard you correctly. Making sure that, I thought you had said you were gonna put the triathlon prior to Mac's CEO report.
Yep.
And I thought, I wasn't clear that had, based on the letters, I wasn't sure that had been done, but I wasn't sure
That
if I
is my
heard it right.
intention, and I see Brittany nodding, so she's got that. And so-
Okay, I just wasn't sure based on the letters if I'd heard it correctly.
Yep,
Thank
I got
you.
it.
And then we need to remove the committee work plans from the consent calendar, because we approved them all tonight, right? When there's
Yes,
not
we
any
did.
outstanding ones?
Right.
Okay. And then, obviously, Mac's not going to be here, so his CEO report will be okay to put in, but you're going to have someone else do it, or you want it out, or what would you like to do with that?
It's probably fine. I can't think of any major administrative things I need to make you aware of in the next 2 weeks, so if you want to take it off the agenda, that's fine. If there's something I really think you ought to know, I'll have Peter ask to add it that night.
That night?
So we can take
Is
the
that okay?
CEO update off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
So we'll put the triathlon in place of the CEO update?
And I have one more. that
We
I
need
don't-
to extend the meeting.
Mr. President, I move to extend the meeting to 11:10.
We had tabled the DRB resolution.
Hold on, second.
Oh, second, sorry.
Are those in favor?
I thought he said. without objection.
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly. Okay, that's unanimous. 11:10 it is.
We had the DRB resolutions that Cam was giving, and then they were gonna come back, and they were in our packets for a little while, and then they just disappeared. So this is material that we have seen multiple times, but we never got through all of them. So I'm wondering if this would be a good meeting to bring them back. Do you have any objection, or, I wasn't sure where they went. They got lost in other board meeting agenda items, is my guess.
So you all tabled the set that you already reviewed, so we're happy to bring those back if you're ready for them. And then the other ones,
maybe a meeting after that or something?
A later date.
Okay, so do you want to bring the tabled ones back since we've already seen them?
This agenda is
Discuss
already,
them?
this agenda is getting already full, and there's no criticality. I don't think there's anything critical in having it in the next meeting, so why don't we just defer that to another meeting?
And we could, that's why I try to come up with a list of the things I felt like
Yeah,
we needed
yeah.
to do through March.
Yeah.
And I saw March was pretty heavy, so
Yeah.
trying to help supplement or balance is all I'm trying to do.
Yep, appreciate it.
Can I just ask a question? Is this, just whenever this may come back, is this the same or different than this one that talks about modernization of DRB resolutions that you tabled all conversation till March about?
No, it's updating the DRB guidelines.
The guidelines one that
We-
you brought
we've
up.
Okay, I thought I heard the
We
term
did,
resolution.
we already did the guidelines, we came through it once and sent it back to the DRB. DRB took final action, and we need to act on
And then
their
we-
final
we would-
recommendation.
yeah.
But that's only one section of the.
Yeah, I
there are
understand
others.
that,
Yeah,
but
okay.
we had gone that far is all I'm saying.
Yes.
And that's what we had kicked down the road.
And we had the budget stuff, and I think that's why.
Yep. Okay.
Do you have an objection? Because I can bring it as a separate motion.
No, I'm not objecting.
Not,
So I'm just going to go
He
down
objects.
through my motion again. I'm going to restate the motion, and then Margaret wants to be heard.
You guys figure out what you want to do, we'll go with that, okay? Yeah.
So we'd call to order opening remarks, approval of the agenda, member comments, consent calendar, which would have the board minutes and legal committee recommendation. I'm looking to Brittany to let me know. Then the triathlon. There would be no CEO update. Budget calendar. Then the 2024 playground rec facility process report. Then the recommendations from land use committee, recommendation from physical committee, executive session, new business.
That's it.
Is there anything else?
so we're not doing DRB resolutions.
I'm
Just trying to verify.
This is the motion.
Okay, that's fine.
That's the motion. If somebody wants to add
Then
it.
we're not doing it.
They
That's
can add
fine. Got it.
unanimous consent. I won't object to it.
Okay, that's the motion.
No problem.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor of that motion, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is unanimous, thank you. Did you, Director Johnson?
I would like to move to add discussion of modifications to Operation Resolution Number 1 to the agenda of the February 27th meeting of the board. I don't care where on the board, on the agenda it lands, so long as it's not an executive session and it's prior to executive session.
Okay.
Mr.
Second.
Motion has been seconded, yeah.
I'm going to vote oppose the motion. I haven't seen this. I know some members of this body have seen it and have seen it for some period of time, and I'd like to be granted the same courtesy that some of my fellow board members have been given. So I'm happy to have this discussion at the first meeting in March, but I think that all of the members of the body should see whatever has been drafted and have had an extended period of time to talk about it amongst themselves.
To be fair, I think this body has used each other as proofreaders and as idea generators for as long as I have been here. So the idea that some people would see motions earlier than others is not some novel concept. It's just helping out a colleague as he sorts through his thoughts and ideas, but
Well,
we can take
And,
it.
and I'd like to point to the previous,
Mr.
but, sorry, Mr. President, I'd like to speak on behalf of my own, motion. Excuse me. I'd like to point to the previous budget process in which small members of this board met privately, which is their right, to come up with their own ideas, which again is their right, and then presented them to the board, which is their right. And that's exactly what, the same thing that I did. I met with members of the board, small groups of members of the board, and got ideas. And I'm presenting it to the larger board 2 weeks prior to the next board meeting.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I was apprised of this by a member of the board and advised that it didn't really matter what I thought, that 5 votes had already been concluded to support this. I don't think I've ever worked that way on this board, and I don't think that's the way this board should act. If you want there to be due consideration, I think comity, C-O-M-I-T-Y, would suggest that you give people a fair amount of time to look at.
Once again, I point to the budget process.
Director Johnson, I think we've had enough discussion. Let's take a vote on this. Go ahead.
I just want to say that I'm going to oppose the motion. Obviously, I'm going to read and make my opinion, and I don't need 4 weeks to do that. But I've done this for every resolution that's come up, because a motion is very different than a resolution. Resolution is our governing documents. And I've done this for ones that I agree with and don't agree with, and I have no idea if I'm going to agree with this one. But when we change a governing document, I think that the members need to see it. And I would be okay if it's going to go in for a discussion, and then you can bring it back the next time on the consent calendar if you want, the meeting after that. But we do resolutions that way. They see the public sees them. They always have a chance to comment, and they won't have a chance to comment until the next meeting. So that's why I would vote against the motion.
My motion was only for discussion. So it's exactly what you've asked for.
Council, do you have something? 1 minute. Yeah. Let's take a vote on your motion. All those in favor say aye. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 1, 2. The motion passes. I think we're done.
Can we see the motion?
Oh, I'll send it out this evening.
At 11:09, having no other business
Good to see you.
before us,
We'll
the
get to see you
meeting
next Friday.
is adjourned.